Not every monster lives in the mind. Some coil in the pages of forgotten logbooks, in ink blotted by seawater and trembling hands. Others wait in sonar recordings, spikes no one explains, shapes that the sea erases before charts can be drawn. The Kraken was never the start, only the first name whispered loud enough to survive the shore. Long before cameras dove, eyes saw them, shadowed lengths beneath schooners, lights flickering in perfect sequence across black waves, mouths so wide they seemed to fold the horizon. These were not creatures chasing ships, they were ships' destinations, places of bone and hunger, disguised as movement. Tonight we follow those who returned, explorers, fishermen, cartographers, witnesses whose routes bent toward impossible company. We'll read their coordinates, trace their sketches, and listen to their static-laced final words. 100 lives the ocean remembers in shape and shadow. 100 names the surface was never meant to know. Before we begin, tell me, where are you now, and what time wraps around you? Daylight's glare or midnight's hush? From your still walls to the breathing tides, the voyage begins again. The Nordhavn Deep lies beyond Greenland's last outpost, where fjords surrender to an unbroken plain of black water. A whaler once vanished here, its final log describing timber bowing against something breathing below. When the vessel was found adrift, the keel had split down the middle, pressed apart from beneath. In the hold, instead of cargo, the crew discovered seawater circling itself, swirling around a point that refused to settle. Beneath this patch lies a trench so narrow, it slips past most mapping, yet long enough to divide the continental shelf like a scar. Sonar has revealed vertical ridges spaced with unnatural precision, each swaying subtly in unison, as though part of a single body. One research sub reported, colliding with a moving wall at depth, pale, veined, arching upward before withdrawing in a slow ripple. Locals call it the spine, believing it to be one immense creature lying along the trench, shifting just enough to guide the currents. It does not strike passing ships, it simply adjusts, as though making space, and each time it moves, tides along Nordhavn's coast arrive seconds early, as if the deep has quietly rewritten the clock. No clear image of the spine has been captured, only fragments, pale arcs blurred by motion, shadows that align too perfectly to be rock. Low-frequency sonar once traced a section over 2 kilometers long before the reading bent into a loop, as if the signal had been folded back on itself. The crew realized too late, the loop wasn't a glitch, it was the spine closing around them. Pressure alarms flared, hull plates groaned, and compass needles pointed straight down. The sub was released unharmed, but the ascent took far longer than the descent, with logbooks showing unaccounted time. The lead biologist claimed to have seen vertebrae the size of towers, each pulsing faintly, as though pumping not blood, but current itself. Weeks later, fishermen reported a massive plankton bloom, coinciding with warm water rising from the deep. Samples revealed microscopic organisms shaped like tiny spines, offspring, some believe, or sensory extensions sent to taste the ocean. Whatever its purpose, the Nordhavn Deep remains uncharted in full. Satellite scans show its outline shifting in smooth arcs every few decades. Rare, deliberate movements, too large to track, too patient to stop. Off Western Australia's remote Cape de Lambre, the continental slope plunges into an abyss, avoided by most pearl divers. Once spoke of a place where the water pressed in on them from all sides, as if pulled toward an unseen opening below. Those who ventured deepest described a vast, domed cavity in the seafloor that inhaled the surrounding water, drawing them closer without any visible current. The surface of this hollow was smooth, with striations like the ribs of an immense chamber. Oceanographic teams have recorded the vault's volume doubling and halving over long intervals, sending pressure waves that can be felt far beyond the cape. Probes dropped into the opening capture, faint, wet, rasping sounds, like the tide drawn through a throat lined with coral. The vault has never expelled debris or life. Whatever enters simply disappears. Some believe it is the gill of a buried giant, surfacing only to breathe. Others say it is an aperture to something vaster, hidden far beneath. Attempts to study the gasping vault end abruptly. One research team lowered a reinforced cage, fitted with lights and microphones, into its mouth. Deep inside, the lights dimmed, not from failure, but as though the air within the chamber was stealing power. A deep gasp followed, low enough to rattle bones, swelling into a hiss that nearly formed words before collapsing into a rush of water. The cage's tether pulled taut, as though gripped by a slow, irresistible force. When it was hauled back, the bars were bent inward, coated with a slick, pale residue that bubbled like seawater poured onto hot iron. The recordings captured a sequence of breaths, each shorter than the last, until they matched the research crew's own breathing. The final sound was a faint gasp identical in cadence to theirs, then silence. Local fishers claim that in still summer nights, the sea over Cape de Lambre heaves in long, even intervals, and if you drift there long enough, the water begins to match your breath, until you no longer know if you are breathing, or if something else is breathing you. South of the Azores, where the sea lies in long, deep folds, there is a place sailors call St. Elara's Step. Here, a ship can pass at full speed and leave no wake. The surface behind it remains perfectly still, as if the vessel never crossed. The first account comes from a merchant brig, whose captain wrote that the water forgot to ripple for nearly an hour, even with wind in the sails. When the ship returned to port, its hull was covered in strange glassy strands that rang faintly when touched. In later years, divers reported the same stillness beneath the waves. Instead of drifting currents, they felt resistance, soft yet unyielding, as if pushing against something alive. Far below, a pale, curved wall moved slowly, like the flank of a vast creature turning in its sleep. It did not chase them. It did not rise. It simply rolled away, sinking deeper, leaving a calm that seemed more like held breath than peace. Those who have crossed St. Elara's Step believe the hollow wake is not a patch of quiet water, but the surface of something immense, lying just under the skin of the sea, letting ships pass above while its gaze stays fixed on them. Marine surveys have tried to map the hollow wake, but sonar beams bend oddly within the zone, curving into crescents before fading to static. One team sent a camera probe, which first showed open water, then the image began to ripple, as if filmed through heated glass. Beneath the probe, shadows lined up in two perfect rows, resembling ribs curving into darkness. A faint vibration came through the tether, steady and deliberate, like a heartbeat slowed to a crawl. Then, without warning, the probe drifted backward, despite the winch holding still. The signal ended seconds later. When the tether was recovered, it was warm to the touch, coated in silver dust that sparkled even without sunlight. Sailors say the hollow wake belongs to a giant that surfaces just enough to breathe, keeping its body hidden beneath the deep. They warn that if such stillness appears suddenly during a storm, it means the creature has risen higher than before, so close that the hull may brush against its skin, and when that happens, the sea will decide whether to let the ship go or keep it forever. Far off the coast, where Redwater Reach sinks into an endless slope, there is a stain in the sea that never fades. From above, it looks like a swirling patch of rust, but those who have sailed over it say the colour is not on the surface. It comes from far below, as if the water itself is glowing with a dull, bloody light. Fishermen tell of nets snagging on something that moves, not with current, but with a slow, deliberate recoil. Divers who dared to descend into the reach spoke of a great fissure in the seabed, lined with rows of fleshy, petal-like fronds. These fronds fold inward when touched, creating the illusion of a narrowing throat. The light within pulses faintly, timed like the breathing of some enormous animal that prefers the dark. Nothing living lingers nearby. Shoals split to avoid it, and seabirds will not cross directly above. Some believe the moor feeds rarely, waiting for years before taking anything. Others insist it feeds constantly, but in a way no one can see, swallowing currents, drawing life from the water itself, leaving behind only the faint red haze as a mark of its presence. A deep-sea survey once lowered a reinforced probe into the heart of the reach. The descent was smooth at first, the dull red glow growing brighter, until the walls of the fissure began to move. The probe's lights caught a slow curling motion, like muscle folding inward, each ripple drawing the camera deeper. Then, without warning, the tether tightened, and the winch began to strain. The feed showed the fronds closing around the lens, their edges lined with a fine fringe that quivered as if tasting the metal. In the background came a low groan, not mechanical, but deep and organic, as though the sea itself were straining. The fronds released suddenly, and the probe shot upward with unexpected force, as if expelled. When it reached the surface, its casing was coated in a sticky, iron-smelling residue that stained the deck. Samples taken later showed no trace of known marine life, only a strange, fibrous material that dissolved into red mist when exposed to air. Since then, ships passing over the reach keep to the edges, unwilling to drift into its center. Locals warn that if the glow ever brightens, it means the moor has stirred, and that the sea's hunger has risen close enough to touch the surface. Murillo Deep lies beyond the warm shallows, where the seabed falls away so sharply, it feels as if the world itself has been sliced open. Sonar readings in this region often return distorted, bending into patterns that look more like architecture than geology. Divers speak of descending into a darkness so smooth and still, it feels carved rather than formed. Those who have gone deep enough tell of walls, perfectly vertical, translucent, and faintly reflective, like glass suspended in water. Behind these walls, shapes seem to move, slow, drifting silhouettes, blurred by the strange clarity, as though viewed through layers of frozen air. The water here carries no sediment, no drift, only a heavy stillness that presses into the chest. Fish avoid the area entirely, and even plankton scatter before reaching the edge of the walls. Sailors call it the glass halls, believing these shimmering plains are the sides of immense chambers, part of something far older than the trench itself. Some say they are the remains of an ancient creature's body, hollowed and preserved. Others believe they are alive, and that the halls are not walls at all, but folded skin waiting to open. A research crew once lowered a camera rig between two of the shimmering walls. At first, the images showed nothing but empty space, the light bouncing in strange ways, as though reflecting from inside the water itself. Then, slowly, faint ripples began to appear, long, deliberate shudders, running the length of the walls. The silhouettes behind them grew sharper, shifting position without any visible motion, like figures stepping forward between heartbeats. The camera's depth gauge began to fluctuate wildly, showing impossible numbers, first thousands of meters deeper, then barely beneath the surface. A low hum entered the audio, steady and cold, vibrating through the deck of the ship above. The crew pulled the rig up, but when it broke the surface, the glass housing of the lights had warped, curved inward, as if pressed by invisible hands. The footage ended with one last frame, a pale, oval shape, just beyond the wall, too smooth to be rock, too symmetrical to be chance. Since then, no one has dared to send equipment between the walls again. The sailors say the glass halls don't need visitors. They already hold what they are meant to keep, and one day the walls will part, letting it return to the open sea. Calder Rift is a narrow split in the seabed, where the surrounding waters seem forever on the edge of freezing, even in warmer seasons. From above, it is an unremarkable patch of sea. No color shift, no surface disturbance, yet beneath lies a gulf that falls farther than most sonar arrays can track. Divers who have ventured near describe an uncanny stillness, as though the water were holding itself in place. On rare occasions, long, faint strands can be seen rising slowly from the darkness below, threads so pale they seem woven from frost. These strands drift upward until they begin to sway, catching the current like kelp, before sinking back into the depths. The sailors call it the Silent Loom, believing the threads are part of something enormous weaving itself in the darkness, stitching water and current into patterns unseen from the surface. No fish enter the rift, and even the smallest currents curve around it. Some think the strands are feeding limbs, others believe they are constructing a net so large but it can only be seen when the work is complete. A deep-sea drone once descended into the colder rift, trailing lights to capture the source of the pale strands. The footage showed the threads drifting toward the camera, not pushed by current, but moving with purpose. Each was smooth, jointless, and ended in a fine, curling hook. As they reached the lights, the strands swayed together, crossing and twisting in deliberate patterns. The movement was hypnotic, almost rhythmic, like the shuttle of a loom passing through a giant's hands. The camera's instruments began to register tension on the tether, though nothing visible touched it. Then, one thread coiled fully around the drone's arm, pulling it downward with slow, irresistible force. The signal faltered, the image tilted, and a shadow passed over the lens, something massive, curved and layered, with more threads than could be counted. The line was cut from the surface, and the drone was lost. Days later, fragments of the tether washed ashore far from the rift, each section wound neatly with pale fiber, knotted in an intricate pattern no one could fully untangle. Local fishers now avoid the area, saying the loom is patient, and that it is not yet finished with whatever it is making. When the weaving stops, they believe it will be because the net is complete, and the sea will have decided what it is meant to catch. The Sora Shelf lies far from common shipping lanes, its edge marked by a long, sloping descent into blue so deep it swallows colour entirely. From above, nothing marks it, except the occasional flash of light far below, brief, flickering pulses that rise through the water, like fireflies seen through ice. At first, researchers thought they were seeing bioluminescent fish schools, but the lights appear in branching lines rather than clusters, spreading outward in intricate patterns before vanishing all at once. Divers who have dared the edge of the shelf tell of a lattice of pale ridges beneath the sand, each one glowing faintly from within, the light running like blood through a vein. The sailors say the shelf is alive, and the lights are not random, they are signals, carried along the veins like thoughts inside a body. When the lights flare brighter than usual, the surrounding currents change, pulling ships slightly off course without them ever noticing. An exploration sub once traced one of these glowing ridges for several kilometers, watching the light flow ahead of them in perfect rhythm, as if guiding them somewhere. The ridge ended at a yawning fissure, and inside, the light pulsed faster, spreading into smaller branches that formed a tangled network on the walls. As the sub drew closer, the lights began to synchronize with the vessel's own signal beacons, matching their intervals exactly before speeding ahead. The effect was hypnotic, almost inviting, but as the sub passed the midpoint of the fissure, every light went out at once. Instruments recorded a sudden drop in pressure, not crushing, but pulling, like water rushing into a vacuum. The crew reversed thrusters, retreating to the open shelf, where the lights gradually returned, flickering slowly, as if resetting. Samples from the area showed no trace of known marine organisms, only a fine crystalline residue that glowed briefly before fading to nothing. Fishermen now warn that the lantern veins are not meant to be followed, claiming they are less like trails and more like nerves, and that whatever they connect to is waiting for something worth illuminating the whole network at once. The ruined trench cuts through the seafloor like a long wound, its sides steep enough to hide anything resting within. The water here is unusually warm at depth, as though heat seeps from somewhere far below. Divers who have descended along its walls speak of entering pockets where the pressure shifts strangely, softening, then tightening again, almost like the slow inhale and exhale of something vast. These spaces, carved into the trench wall, look like chambers, smooth-sided, domed, and lined with what appears to be layered stone. But touch the surface, and it yields slightly, springing back when released. The sailors call them the breathing vaults, believing they are part of a single creature whose body is threaded through the trench. When the vaults expand, currents draw in. When they contract, the water is pushed out, carrying faint, almost musical vibrations. Some say these pulses are not breathing at all, but a kind of language spoken too slowly for us to hear in full. A remote sub once ventured into one of the larger vaults, its lights tracing the curved ceiling. The surface shimmered faintly, almost as if moisture condensed there despite being underwater. Then the walls began to move, first bulging outward, then sinking inward, forcing the sub to back away as the space shrank. The movement was silent, but a deep vibration carried through the vessel's frame, resonating in the bones of the crew above. Instruments recorded a slow, repeating rhythm, steady as a heartbeat, that seemed to match the vault's expansion. As the sub retreated into the trench, more vaults came into view, each breathing in time with the others, forming a sequence along the wall. Suddenly, the rhythm broke. One vault pulsed out of sync, releasing a surge of warmer water into the surrounding current. The disturbance traveled down the trench like a wave, vanishing into deeper darkness. When the sub returned to the surface, the hull bore faint concentric marks, as though it had been pressed between layers of something soft yet unyielding. Since then, crews avoid entering the vaults, warning that any shift in their rhythm means the body they belong to has turned its attention toward the intruder. Therapass is a narrow channel between two steep undersea ridges, a place where currents collide and churn without warning. Ships passing above often hear a low, steady sound beneath the turbulence, so faint it can be mistaken for the thrum of the vessel's own hull. But those who have listened closely say the sound is layered, carrying subtle rises and falls like a voice repeating the same phrase over and over. Divers report the source lies between a pair of enormous stone-like arches at the channel's deepest point. These arches are not smooth rock but ridged, each ridge marked with grooves that form a spiral pattern inward, as though the material had been twisted while still soft. When the tide is at its strongest, the arches shift slightly, narrowing the gap, and the murmur grows louder, resonating through the water like a whispered chant. Fishermen believe these are the Murmuring Gates, structures that open only for what the sea has called for, and close to keep the rest out. An expedition once lowered a camera through the space between the arches. During a slack tide, when the water was calm enough to see clearly, the arches curved inward, like the edges of an enormous jaw, their grooves glowing faintly, as if lit from deep within the stone. As the camera drifted forward, the murmur became clearer, still without distinct words, but pulsing with an intentional rhythm that seemed to react to the vessel's lights. The water beyond the gates shimmered oddly, distorting shapes that moved slowly on the other side. Just as the camera began to cross the threshold, the arches shuddered, and the glow faded. A sudden rush of current pulled the probe backward, its tether snapping taut, as though pushed by unseen hands. When it was retrieved, the lens was coated with a thin crystalline film that hummed softly when touched. No one has managed to cross the gates since. Locals warn that the gates are not barriers, but entrances, and that the murmur is not an invitation. It is a warning to turn back before the opening aligns with whatever lies beyond it. Lumatl is a ring of low coral-crowned islands that hides a deep lagoon in its center. Beneath that calm surface, however, stands a single towering column rising from the lagoon floor, white as bleached bone and spiraled like the shell of some giant mollusk. Divers who have descended to see it up close describe it not as coral, but as a kind of fused salt crystal, perfectly smooth to the touch, yet cold enough to numb the skin. The spiral runs upward in precise, even turns, ending in a jagged tip just below the waterline. At times, the water around it turns milky, clouded by fine particles that drift upward from unseen cracks along the spire's base. These clouds are often followed by strange pressure shifts in the lagoon, as though the structure were exhaling in slow, measured breaths. Locals claim the salt spire is alive, that the spiral is not a formation, but the outer edge of a single organ slowly turning in the dark. A research dive once attempted to drill into the spire to retrieve a core sample. The drill bit had barely penetrated the surface before the surrounding water grew noticeably warmer. Within moments, the milky cloud began to pour from the base in heavy swirls, rising around the divers like fog. Instruments recorded a steady vibration, low but powerful enough to rattle equipment. Then, from somewhere deep within the spire, came a sound, brief, resonant, like a single note played on an enormous glass instrument. The vibration passed through the lagoon, into the coral ring, and even shook the sand of the nearby shore. The divers aborted the drilling and returned to the surface, bringing with them only a single shard that had broken free. Under the microscope, the shard revealed microscopic channels running in perfect spirals, all aligned as though designed to carry some unknown fluid. The shard dissolved within days, leaving behind only a faint salt crust. Now those who live around Lumatl avoid the lagoon entirely, warning that the salt spire does not welcome intrusion, and that its voice once heard will return in dreams like a low unending hum. Avante Bay is a crescent of calm water bordered by steep headlands, a place where the horizon seems strangely close. Beneath the surface lies a field of pale, flat stones, each one the size of a small boat, and polished so smooth they reflect light in silvery flashes. On clear days, divers say they can see their own reflections staring back from the stones, distorted, stretched, and at times moving independently. The locals call these the mirror shoals, and they avoid dropping anchor here. Even without wind or wave, boats tend to drift over the stones as if pulled. Those who have swum among them report a disorienting effect. The reflected image below begins to shift ever so slightly, mirroring movements before they happen, as though anticipating the diver's next gesture. In rare cases, the reflection does not match at all, showing expressions or positions the diver never made. Some believe the stones are part of a single living surface that imitates life above, waiting for a moment when the match becomes perfect. An oceanographic team once attempted to film the shoals using a camera lowered from a stationary platform. At first the footage was clear, broad, pale shapes gleaming in the light, shimmering as ripples passed over them. Then the images began to change. Reflections on the stones moved ahead of the camera's actual position, turning slowly as though tracking the lens. One stone in particular reflected not the equipment above it, but the silhouette of a diver, standing still, head tilted upward. The team confirmed that no one was in the water at the time. As the camera lingered, the reflected diver took a step forward, and the surrounding stones began to brighten, their sheen growing sharper until the image flared white. The feed cut to static, and when the camera was retrieved, its lens was coated with a thin layer of a glass-like film that fractured into powder when touched. Now sailors keep wide of Avante Bay, saying that the shoals are more than reflections, they are rehearsals, and the day one perfectly matches the world above will be the day it stops being only an image. Oriva Rift is a long, shadowed cut in the ocean floor, where currents seem to vanish. The surface above is calm, but far below, faint, jagged shapes move along the trench walls, slender, upright, and impossibly tall. Sailors call them the black fins, though no one is certain they are fins at all. Divers describe them as dark, blade-like ridges that sway in unison, tilting together as if reacting to movement above. Their edges glisten faintly, catching even the weakest light, and their surfaces are too smooth to be stone. Most unnerving is the way they shift position when unobserved, remaining still when lit, but changing their arrangement between glances. When the trench is quiet, the fins stand apart like sentinels. When disturbed, they draw together, forming a tight barrier across the passage. Some believe they are part of a vast organism anchored deep in the rift, with each fin acting as a sensory limb. Others think they are dormant weapons, waiting for a signal to awaken. A submersible once ventured between two of the fins to examine their structure. From close range, the surfaces appeared seamless, yet faint patterns ran along them, lines that twisted like veins, glowing faintly as the vessel passed. Instruments detected a steady hum coming from within, deep and resonant, almost like the vibration of a distant engine. As the sub reached the midpoint between the fins, the hum grew louder, and the water around the vessel seemed to thicken, slowing its movement. Then, without visible motion, the fins began to angle inward, narrowing the space. The pilot reversed thrusters, escaping just as the opening closed completely. When the sub surfaced, its hull bore long, shallow indentations, each perfectly parallel, as though something had pressed against it with precise force. Samples from the marks showed traces of a smooth resin-like substance, unknown to marine science. Since then, No one has entered the rift without leaving an offering, ropes, nets or tools, cast into the deep in the hope the black fins will remain apart long enough for safe passage. Varela Sound is a deep, narrow bay, where the cliffs drop straight into dark water. The tides here move strangely, sometimes running outward against the wind, other times creeping inward without raising a wave. Divers who explore the deepest part of the sound tell of a vast shape hanging just beneath the surface, suspended as if caught between rising and sinking. Its outline resembles the curved jaw of a colossal fish, lined not with teeth, but with hundreds of thin, flexible spines that tremble constantly. From below, the spines arch inward, creating the impression of an open mouth that never fully closes. The sailors call it the hanging maw, believing it waits for the right kind of prey to drift too close. Fish avoid the bay entirely, and seabirds veer off before crossing the water. The stillness around it is unsettling, as if the entire sound is holding its breath, waiting for the maw to move. A small research vessel once lowered a probe into the maw's center. The camera passed through the spines without resistance, each bending away like reeds in slow current. Inside, the water grew warmer, and faint flashes of light appeared in the distance, moving in slow, spiraling patterns. Then the spines began to vibrate together, creating a low tone that passed through the probe and into the hull above. Instruments flickered, their readings fluctuating wildly, as though the water itself was distorting measurements. The pilot recalled feeling a strange pressure in his chest, as if something had synchronized with his heartbeat. Without warning, the spines folded inward slightly, and the probe was pushed back by a surge of water. When retrieved, it was coated in a translucent gel that glowed faintly for several hours before fading to nothing. Since then, the locals say the hanging maw has shifted closer to the bay entrance, and that on still nights, the spines can be seen swaying in the moonlight, listening, perhaps, for the sound that will tell it to finally close. Halvra Basin is a wide depression in the seafloor, ringed by ridges of dark volcanic stone. In the middle lies something that should not exist. Hundreds of tall, narrow columns rising from the silt, each as thin as a mast and as sharp as glass. They are translucent in daylight, catching the faintest glimmer from above, but at night they glow faintly from within, casting pale beams that stretch into the dark water. Divers call this place the Shard Forest, for moving through it feels like swimming among frozen blades. The water inside the forest is unnervingly still, as though the columns block even the smallest current. Some of the shards lean slightly, but never fall. Others appear to grow in height over the years, their bases buried deep in the silt. Locals believe they are the remains of a creature long since turned to crystal, its body split into pieces that now stand like a silent army on the basin floor. An expedition once attempted to take a sample from one of the shards. The diver's chisel had barely touched the surface when a deep, resonant vibration passed through the water, shaking the equipment in his hands. The columns around him began to hum faintly, each at a slightly different pitch, blending into an otherworldly chord. The sound was not loud, but it seemed to press against the chest, making it hard to breathe. The diver abandoned the attempt and retreated, but the humming followed him to the edge of the forest, fading only when the basin ridge came into view. Later analysis of the diver's tools revealed hairline scratches filled with a fine, glowing powder. Under magnification, the powder appeared to be made of countless tiny interlocking prisms, each one perfectly shaped to reflect light in a single direction. No one has tried to cut a shard since. Those who fish near the basin claim that when the forest hums, the sea outside the ridge grows completely still, as though listening for something hidden in the cord. Melvara Deep is a trench hidden far from shipping lanes, a long scar in the seafloor where the water feels heavier than it should. Divers speak of a pale, circular formation embedded in the trench wall, perfectly smooth, perfectly round, and large enough to dwarf a submarine. At first glance, it appears lifeless, but those who watch closely swear they've seen it rotate. The motion is subtle, almost imperceptible, like the slow turning of a wheel. The sailors call it the turning eye, though it has no iris or pupil, only a faint pattern of concentric rings etched into its surface. When the light strikes it from a certain angle, those rings ripple outward, as though disturbed by something beneath. Some say the eye is part of a buried creature, watching through the layers of stone. Others believe it is an ancient mechanism, recording every shadow that crosses its gaze. Whatever it is, fish vanish from the area whenever the eye begins to move. A deep-sea probe once positioned itself directly before the eye to capture detailed images. For long minutes, nothing happened. Then the concentric rings began to shift, their edges shimmering faintly, as if responding to the vessel's presence. Instruments detected a subtle increase in surrounding pressure, not enough to crush, but enough to make the hull creak. The camera feed showed the rings forming new shapes, spirals, jagged lines, and patterns that repeated like a coded sequence. As the last shape locked into place, a sound came through the probe's hydrophones, a single low tone that grew steadily louder until it blurred into vibration. The crew recalled feeling it more in their bones than in their ears. Without warning, the eye rotated fully, the surface seeming to sink inward, and the water around it shimmered like heated glass. The feed cut instantly. When the probe was retrieved, its casing bore no damage, but every recording device inside had been wiped clean. Since then, no one has approached the eye directly, fearing that whatever it sees is not simply observed, it is stored. Selva Reach is a stretch of open water that appears unremarkable on maps, yet ships crossing it often report faint, harmonic sounds drifting up from the depths. The tones are soft and layered, like distant voices singing in unison. They rise and fall with no clear rhythm, sometimes vanishing for hours before returning without warning. Divers who have gone below say the sound grows stronger with depth, seeming to come from a vast field of structures on the seafloor. These formations look like pillars carved from pale stone, each topped with wide, flared openings that sway gently in the current. When the water moves through them, the openings resonate, producing the tones heard above, but the music is not constant. It changes, as though reacting to movement or presence. Some believe the pillars are living, their hollow bodies tuned to call out in a language we cannot understand. Others say the sound is not meant for us at all. A research sub once descended into the field during a particularly strong current. The tones grew louder, weaving into a slow, haunting melody that seemed to circle the vessel. Instruments detected faint vibrations in the hull, perfectly matching the pitch of the surrounding sound. As the sub moved between the pillars, the melody shifted, its notes bending in ways that suggested the formation was adjusting to follow them. Then, without warning, every tone ceased. The sudden silence was so complete it pressed against the ears, making the crew feel as if the water had thickened. A moment later, a single low note rang out, deeper and louder than any before, carrying for nearly a full minute before fading away. As the sub ascended, the pillars swayed slightly, as though in a slow bow. Back on the surface, the crew reported lingering echoes in their heads for days afterward, always returning in the quiet hours before dawn. Since then, sailors avoid the reach when the sea is calm, saying that the choir sings only when it wishes to be heard, and that silence is not a welcome sign. Thallon Rift is a long, twisting canyon, hidden deep beneath cold northern waters. Its walls are jagged and steep, and the light from submersibles often seems to vanish before touching the bottom. Those who have explored it speak of a faint shimmer far below, like sunlight glinting through moving water. When approached, the shimmer resolves into something astonishing, a long, sinuous form coiled against the trench wall, its body translucent, as if made from polished glass. Inside, faint streams of light flow like veins, pulsing slowly from head to tail. This is the Glass Serpent, a creature so clear it is nearly invisible, except when it moves. Its head is narrow, with no visible eyes, yet it turns toward disturbances in the water, as though it can sense them perfectly. The serpent's movements are slow and deliberate, coiling and uncoiling with the grace of drifting smoke, yet divers say it can vanish into the dark in a heartbeat. A remote sub once tried to follow the serpent as it moved deeper into the rift. The lights caught a ripple passing through its body, refracting like a prism and scattering tiny rainbows into the water. As the sub drew closer, the serpent uncoiled, its full length stretching far beyond the reach of the cameras. The light within its body grew brighter, pulsing faster, until it became a steady glow that bathed the trench in shifting colors. Then the glow condensed toward its head, flaring once before vanishing entirely, leaving only darkness, and the faint after-image burned into the camera sensors. The sub's navigation failed moments later, as though the water itself had bent around them. They surfaced hours off course, with no explanation for how they had drifted so far. Those who know the story say the Glass Serpent is not just a creature, but a moving lens, something that bends the sea, the light, and perhaps even the path of those who follow it. Varela Deep is a vertical drop in the ocean floor, where the light fades faster than expected, as though the water itself swallows brightness. Yet within this dark column, divers report seeing dozens of small glowing orbs drifting upward in slow spirals. These orbs emit a soft blue-white light, never flickering, and appear to hover just out of reach. They are known as the Silent Lanterns, named for their unbroken stillness, no sound, no movement beyond the slow rise. When a diver tries to approach, the orbs seem to shift subtly, always maintaining the same distance, as if keeping a precise separation from any intruder. The glow has a calming effect, drawing the eye and quieting the mind. Some who have spent too long watching them describe losing all sense of time, surfacing hours later, with little memory of the dive. Others believe the lanterns are not separate at all, but extensions of something vast hidden deeper in the trench. A manned submersible once followed the lanterns down into the deep, hoping to track their origin. The orbs multiplied the farther they descended, forming a slow-moving spiral that led toward a dark void below. At a certain depth, the lights ahead began to dim one by one, as though slipping behind something unseen. The crew reported a sudden pressure in their ears, followed by the faintest vibration through the hull, like the hum of a tuning fork struck from far away. As they hovered, the remaining lanterns began to drift closer together, merging into a single brighter sphere that pulsed once before, darting straight downward. The darkness beneath seemed to open, swallowing the light completely. Moments later, the sub's sensors went dead, forcing an emergency ascent. When they returned to the surface, every recording device had captured only static, except for one frame showing a faint outline beneath the lanterns, an arc of enormous curvature, as though the lights were mere lures on the edge of something much larger. Cauldron Passage is a narrow stretch of water between two rocky headlands, often churned by unpredictable tides. Beneath the surface lies a reef unlike any other. Its spires are pale and ridged, shaped not like coral, but like the vertebrae of some vast creature. The formations are arranged in long interlocking rows, creating the impression of a ribcage that stretches for hundreds of meters. Divers call it the Bone Reef, though whether the structures are truly bone or some mineral imitation remains unknown. When the currents pass through the gaps, they produce low, mournful tones that seem to carry for great distances underwater. Fish are scarce here, and the few that pass through do so quickly, never lingering near the pale spires. Some believe the reef is the fossilized skeleton of a sea beast that died mid-motion, its body preserved by the ocean floor. Others claim it is still alive, slowly regrowing itself with each tide. An expedition once attempted to map the Bone Reef in detail. As the divers swam between the rows of vertebrae-like structures, they noticed small fractures running along the edges, fresh breaks, as though the reef had flexed recently. Then, without warning, the current shifted, pulling them deeper into the formation. The mournful tones grew louder, harmonizing in strange patterns that made it difficult to think clearly. One diver swore the spires around them moved slightly, narrowing the passage. The team managed to escape by following a gap lit by a shaft of sunlight, but when they surfaced, they found fine, chalky residue clinging to their suits. Under analysis, the residue showed organic compounds not found in coral, more closely resembling dense, ossified tissue. Since then, Locals warn that the Bone Reef is no graveyard, it is a body resting between breaths, and one day it may exhale. Careth Trench is a sheer vertical drop in the ocean floor, a chasm so deep that sunlight dies within the first few minutes of descent. Yet at a certain depth, divers encounter something startling, a curtain of fine crimson threads, drifting in the water like strands of silk. This phenomenon is called the Red Veil. The threads move slowly, as if suspended in invisible currents, and each one glows faintly from within, giving the water a dim reddish haze. When touched, the strands curl away, but leave behind a faint tingling sensation on the skin that lingers for hours. Some divers claim that if you drift still within the veil, the threads subtly shift toward you, brushing against exposed skin as though testing for something. The source of these threads has never been found, though they appear only in a narrow horizontal band that circles the trench at the same depth. A research team once attempted to collect samples of the Red Veil using sealed containers. At first, the strands floated freely inside, coiling gently in the water, but as the vessel ascended, the threads began to contract, weaving together into dense knots. The glowing faded, replaced by a deep, rust-like color, and moments later, the samples disintegrated into fine dust. More troubling was what happened to the divers themselves. Within hours of surfacing, they reported vivid dreams of descending endlessly through warm, red-lit water. One diver claimed he saw vast, pulsating shapes moving in the haze, their outlines blurred by the shifting strands. The dreams stopped after several days, but all the equipment used in the dive developed a thin, reddish coating that resisted cleaning. Microscopic study revealed the coating to be made of countless hollow filaments, each only a fraction of a hair's width, suggesting that the Red Veil is not debris at all, but living tissue, perhaps shed from something far below, still waiting in the darkness. Dreven Strait is a narrow body of water, connecting two deep channels, a place where tides are strong enough to pull ships sideways if they drift too close to the center. Yet there is another current here, one that cannot be charted and moves against the tide. Divers call it the Whisper Current. It is felt not as a push or pull, but as a subtle flow brushing along the skin, accompanied by a faint, almost human murmur. The sound is muffled, like voices speaking from behind thick glass, and vanishes the moment a diver turns to locate its source. Those who follow it say the current feels strangely directional, guiding them deeper into the strait, toward a single point. The water there grows unnaturally warm, and the murmur becomes a steady rhythm of syllables, too structured to be random. Some believe the whisper current is not a flow at all, but the slow breath of something resting far below. A diving team once set out to track the whisper current, using sensitive hydrophones. At first, the recordings captured nothing but the low roar of surrounding water. Then, as they descended, faint patterns emerged, short bursts of sound, followed by long silences, repeating at precise intervals. The deeper they went, the more distinct the voice-like tones became, until individual words seemed almost to form, though in no language anyone recognized. At the lowest safe depth, the hydrophones picked up a sudden overlapping chorus, as if dozens of voices spoke at once. The divers reported a strange heaviness in their limbs, as though the water had thickened around them, and one claimed to see shadows moving just beyond the range of their lights. The team surfaced quickly, but every recording device had been overwritten with the same single tone, soft, rising and falling like the last word of a sentence. No one has followed the current to its true source since, fearing that it leads not to an opening in the sea, but into the mouth of something that speaks. Brant Cove is a sheltered inlet, where the sea always seems unnaturally calm. Even in storms, the waves roll in without breaking, their crests smooth and silent. Fishermen call them the hollow waves, for when they pass beneath a boat, the sound of the sea disappears entirely, no splash, no foam, only an uncanny quiet. Divers exploring the cove report that beneath each smooth crest is an airless void, a hollow pocket where water seems to bend around nothing. The walls of these voids shimmer faintly, like oil on glass, and move with a strange elasticity when touched. Some believe they are caused by rare underwater currents, but others insist they are the surface traces of something vast and hidden below. Exhaling in slow rhythmic intervals, the cove's waters hold no fish, and even seabirds avoid its surface, circling far above without ever landing. A small research craft once attempted to ride directly over one of the hollow waves to study the effect. Instruments showed a sudden drop in water density beneath the hull, enough to make the vessel sink several inches without warning. Cameras lowered into the hollow revealed a curved reflective surface far below, smooth and dark like polished stone. As the craft drifted forward, the surface shifted slightly, tilting as though following their movement. The water above began to tremble, and the entire hollow started to collapse inward, pulling at the vessel with surprising force. The crew engaged engines and escaped, but later examination showed the underside of the hull coated with a thin, iridescent film. Under magnification, it appeared to be made of microscopic scales, each shaped like a crescent. No one has explained how such a formation could exist within the cove's sheltered waters. Those who still visit Brant say the hollow waves are the breath of something waiting just beneath the inlet's calm face, choosing when to let the silence break. Orvane Shelf stretches like a jagged balcony above a deep drop, its rocky edge marked by cracks and fissures where the water grows unnaturally cold. Rising from the very lip of the drop is the Black Spire, a towering needle-like structure that appears to be made from solid obsidian. It reflects almost no light, absorbing the glow of submersibles as if drinking it in. The surface is too smooth to be volcanic rock, yet too dark to be coral or any known mineral. Divers describe a faint vibration in the water when approaching, like a distant engine running somewhere in the deep. Instruments have difficulty locking onto its exact position, readings shifting slightly as if the spire is not entirely fixed in space. Some believe it is a natural formation, sharpened by ages of current and tide. Others claim it is artificial, part of a larger construct buried beneath the shelf, waiting for something to stir it back to life. An exploration team once attempted to anchor sensors at the spire's base. As they worked, the vibrations grew stronger, resonating through their gear and into their chests. One diver noticed a thin, vertical seam running along the spire's side, faintly glowing from within. Before they could investigate, a deep, echoing pulse passed through the water, and every light within range flickered. The glow along the seam brightened briefly, then dimmed until it was gone. When the team surfaced, they found all stored footage from the dive had been corrupted, replaced with a single black frame marked by one vertical line of light. The image resisted deletion, reappearing on fresh storage devices whenever the dive's data was accessed. Locals who know the legend say the spire is not stone at all, but the exposed tip of something buried, a beacon or blade, meant to pierce the surface when the time comes. They warn that each vibration is not random, but the slow ticking of whatever lies below. Luthien Abyss is a vast sinkhole in the ocean floor, its walls plunging straight down before disappearing into darkness. Near the edge lies a formation that stops most divers cold, a perfect oval rim lined with smooth, pale ridges, shaped in such a way that it resembles a gaping mouth. The locals call it the Pale Maw. It is easily large enough to swallow a ship, and its surface has no algae, no coral, nothing living clinging to it. When lights sweep across the ridges, they seem to curve inward farther than the eye can follow, fading into blackness that swallows all reflection. Divers who drift too close report feeling a sudden pull, not a current, but a pressure deep in the chest, as though the water inside the maw is breathing in. Some claim to have heard low rolling sounds from within, like distant thunder muffled by miles of ocean. A manned descent was once attempted to map the maw's interior. The sub lowered past the pale ridges, recording nothing but empty blackness for the first 100 meters. Then faint shapes began to move along the edges of the lights, slow, deliberate arcs, like immense tendrils curling inward. The pilot described a sensation of being watched from all sides, though no eyes were visible. The shapes withdrew when the sub halted its descent, but the blackness ahead seemed to shift, revealing a single pale curve far below, another ridge, much larger than the one above, hinting that what they had entered was not the bottom at all, but the upper edge of something layered and alive. Before they could descend farther, the sub's exterior temperature rose sharply, and a deep vibration rolled through the water. Since then, the pale moor has been left alone, treated less as a geological feature, and more as the open mouth of something still waiting to close. Redwater Reach is a long stretch of open water with no islands, reefs, or visible features to break the horizon. Yet beneath its surface drifts the Silver Shoal, a vast school of fish-like shapes that shimmer so brightly they appear almost metallic. Witnesses say the shoal moves with a unity, unlike normal fish, shifting direction in perfect, instantaneous synchronization, as though commanded by a single mind. The creatures themselves are unlike any known species. Their bodies are smooth, scaleless, and perfectly reflective, bending light so sharply they sometimes vanish entirely when turning. Sailors have seen them rise close to the surface in vast formations, creating the illusion of a solid sheet of liquid silver, stretching for hundreds of meters. No predators follow them, and no carcasses have ever been found, leading some to believe they are not fish at all, but some kind of moving, living mineral. A deep-sea drone once intercepted the shoal as it passed through the reach. For several minutes the shimmering forms surrounded it, moving in flawless spirals that seemed to follow a pattern. The drone's sensors recorded strange electromagnetic fluctuations, each spike coinciding with a turn or shift in the shoal's movement. Then, without warning, the entire mass split into two identical groups, each reflecting the other's movement, like a perfect mirror image. The drone's compass spun wildly, and its feed distorted into streaks of silver until the shoal dispersed in a flash of light. When the footage was reviewed, analysts found that the spirals matched complex mathematical sequences, suggesting the movement was not random but structured. Some speculate the Silver Shoal is a single organism composed of countless mirrored bodies, communicating in a language of motion and light. Others believe it is a natural phenomenon born from minerals in the deep, imitating life so perfectly it confuses even the ocean itself. Murmuring Rift is a shadowed canyon on the ocean floor, its walls steep and broken by long vertical cracks. At its center stands a formation that has unsettled every diver who's seen it, a massive stone-like figure, shaped like a hunched giant. Its surface is mottled with deep grooves that run from the top of its head down to its chest, as though carved by centuries of water. Yet from these grooves, clear droplets sometimes rise instead of falling, floating upward in perfect spheres, before drifting away into the darkness. This phenomenon has earned it the name Weeping Colossus. The droplets are warm to the touch, and leave behind faint mineral traces that glimmer faintly in the light. Some believe the formation is simply rock-shaped by erosion, but others are convinced it is the petrified body of something that once lived, its tears the slow release of what remains inside. A manned submersible once descended directly in front of the Colossus to study the droplets. Thermal sensors showed faint pulses of heat emanating from deep within its chest, perfectly timed with each droplet's release. When the sub drew closer, the droplets began to rise more quickly, as if reacting to the intrusion. One drifted against the sub's viewing port and burst, not into water, but into a thin mist that clung to the glass in shifting patterns, almost forming shapes. The pilot reported hearing a deep, resonant tone through the hull, low enough to feel in the bones rather than hear. The team retreated, but upon review, every droplet captured on camera dissolved into static moments before contact. Those who've studied the footage believe the Colossus is not entirely inert, that it sleeps, releasing fragments of itself like faint signals into the surrounding water, and if those signals are a message, no one has yet learned whether they are meant to call for help or to warn others away. Nereth Deep is a near-vertical shaft in the ocean floor, a column so straight and smooth, it seems carved by deliberate hands. Midway down its walls, a massive spiral pattern emerges, broad ridges, winding inward in perfect precision, as though marking the entrance to something. This formation is known as the Spiral Gate. The ridges are coated in a dark metallic sheen that reflects light in a slow rippling wave, giving the illusion that the spiral is turning. Divers who swim too close to the ridges report a strange pressure in their skulls, followed by fleeting images in their minds, patterns of light, vast empty corridors, and the sound of rushing water from no identifiable source. The gate's size is immense. Even its smallest curves could fit a ship within their arcs. No one has reached its exact center, as the spiral grows narrower the deeper it descends, leading into darkness that swallows all light. A robotic probe was once lowered into the spiral gate's innermost path. As it descended, the ridges began to hum faintly, registering vibrations strong enough to distort the probe's instruments. The walls appeared to pulse inwards slightly, as though the spiral was tightening. At a certain depth, the metallic surface gave way to a smooth, black opening, framed by ridges so polished they reflected the probe's camera like a mirror. Just before crossing the threshold, the feed cut out entirely, replaced with a looping fragment of video, showing the probe surrounded by an infinite number of itself, spiraling in every direction. The cable was reeled back up, but the probe's exterior showed deep scratches in a perfect spiral pattern, none of which had been present before the descent. Some believe the spiral gate leads to a hidden chamber beneath the sea floor. Others suspect it is not an entrance at all, but a closing mechanism, something that turns only when it is ready to open, and only for what it was built to let through. Taven Sound is a narrow channel where the water runs deceptively calm, but deep beneath, something vast and translucent drifts along the seabed. Known as the Glass Serpent, it appears only when light from the surface hits the water at the right angle, revealing an immense snake-like shape coiled in the gloom. Its body is nearly transparent, with faint pearl-like veins running through it, giving the impression of a creature made from solid water. No scales, no visible eyes, just a sleek, seamless form that moves with slow, deliberate undulations. Divers say its length is impossible to measure, as its body fades into the haze before its tail ever appears. When it passes, the water grows unnervingly still, and even suspended particles seem to stop drifting, as if time has slowed to match its pace. Those who've been closest describe a deep sense of being observed, despite the absence of any face. A submersible once managed to film the Glass Serpent for several minutes before it slipped into deeper water. The footage showed its body bending in graceful arcs, each movement creating a faint shimmer in the surrounding water, like heat distortion. At one point, the creature paused completely, hovering in place as though anchored by something unseen. Then, a thin ripple moved from head to tail, and the water ahead of it seemed to refract sharply, as if bending around an invisible barrier. The serpent slid forward, vanishing into this warped space, and the distortion collapsed behind it, leaving only empty water. When the sub returned to the surface, its hull bore fine, parallel grooves along one side, smooth, evenly spaced, and curved like the ripple that had preceded the serpent's disappearance. Some believe the Glass Serpent is not an animal at all, but a manifestation of the water itself, folding between layers of the sea that no human has yet crossed. Others suspect it is alive, and that the sound is simply where it passes between worlds. Merrow Bight is a shallow stretch of sea dotted with sandbars, a place where ships often ground themselves on unseen ridges. At night, the water between these bars glows with shifting lights, soft pulses of blue, green, and gold that seem to drift just beneath the surface. These lights move in perfect formations, weaving through the channels as though following a map no one else can see. The locals call them the lantern shoals. Fishermen say that when the lights surround a vessel, the tide changes without warning, drawing it toward deeper water or toward reefs that were safe hours before. The lights vanish instantly if disturbed by splashing, only to reappear far ahead, as if waiting. Some believe they are a natural bioluminescent phenomenon, but the precision of their movements and the way they seem to respond to ships has led others to suspect an intelligence behind the glow. A research team once anchored a boat in the middle of the lantern shoals, lowering cameras into the glowing patterns. The The footage revealed hundreds of small, translucent shapes, moving in synchronized arcs, each carrying a faint orb of light within its body. The light appeared to grow brighter when multiple shapes gathered together, forming clusters that emitted enough glow to illuminate the sea floor. Then, without any visible signal, the shapes began to spiral around the camera in tightening circles, their lights flaring in a rhythmic pulse. The camera feed abruptly went dark, and when it was retrieved, its lens was coated with a thin, glassy film. Under analysis, the film was found to contain microscopic crystals, capable of refracting light in complex patterns, far more advanced than any known biological process. Theories now suggest the lantern shoals might be a form of collective organism, using light not only to navigate, but to lure and redirect the vessels above, perhaps for reasons humans have yet to understand. Varela Atoll is a ring of small islands surrounding a lagoon, so deep it turns black within a few meters. Rising from its center is the Coral Spire, a jagged tower of branching formations unlike any coral found elsewhere. The spire gleams faintly even without light, its surface laced with intricate channels that seem to funnel water upward in constant motion. The coral is impossibly hard, resistant to drills and cutting tools, yet warm to the touch, as if carrying heat from somewhere far below. Divers report an almost magnetic pull toward the structure, their bodies drifting closer without realizing it. Small fish and crustaceans circle the spire in endless loops, never straying from its shadow. Some believe the Coral Spire is the fossilized skeleton of an ancient organism, its living parts deep within the lagoon, feeding the upper tower with unseen currents. An underwater drone once traced the spire's channels, sending probes deep into the coral's branching network. The passages twisted downward in a pattern, too deliberate to be random, leading into a hollow shaft that extended beyond the drone's range. Instruments recorded a faint, rhythmic vibration coming from within, steady, slow, and slightly uneven, like a heartbeat under strain. When the drone attempted to enter one of the deeper channels, the coral walls shifted, closing just enough to block the way. The probe backed out, but the closing movement triggered a rush of warm water that surged toward the surface, creating a brief shimmer across the lagoon's calm face. Later analysis revealed that the water contained trace elements found nowhere else in the region, suggesting it had traveled from far beneath the seafloor. Some now think the Coral Spire is not a static formation at all, but the breathing organ of something anchored deep in the lagoon's hidden depths, slowly drawing in the surrounding life for its own unseen purpose. Varela Rift is a sprawling network of deep fissures, where the ocean floor splits like cracked glass. Even in calm weather, a faint sound rises from these depths, a resonant hum that swells and fades in a slow, haunting rhythm. Known as the singing trenches, the phenomenon is loudest at night, when the water seems to carry the tone farther. Divers who descend into the rift describe the sound growing more complex, shifting into layered harmonies that seem to respond to movement. Lights in the trench sometimes flicker without cause, as though the hum interferes with electrical systems. The walls are lined with a pale, porous rock that vibrates gently to the touch, suggesting the sound is not only carried by the water, but generated directly from the stone itself. Some think it's the result of trapped gases or deep seismic activity. Others believe the trenches are the vocal cords of something far below. A joint expedition once lowered hydrophones into the deepest section of the rift. The recordings captured a repeating sequence, a long rising note followed by 3 shorter pulses, consistent for hours, until the team sent a submersible down. As it neared the source, the sequence changed, becoming faster, almost urgent, as if aware of the intrusion. Instruments detected a low-frequency wave moving through the rock ahead, bending the sub-sonar returns into warped, unrecognizable shapes. The pilot reported a fleeting glimpse of movement between the walls, something long and pale that retreated deeper into the fissure. When the sub resurfaced, the hum had vanished completely, replaced by silence so complete it felt oppressive. Days later, the sound returned, but the sequence had changed again, now repeating only once every few hours. Researchers wonder if it's a call and response pattern, And if so, what might eventually answer? Kerith Pass is a narrow corridor of sea between two sheer cliffs, where the currents swirl in unpredictable ways. In certain light, the water takes on a glassy sheen, reflecting the sky so perfectly that it's difficult to tell where the horizon begins. Within this mirrored surface drifts the Mirror Shoal, hundreds of flat disc-like creatures that hover just below the waterline. Each one reflects its surroundings with uncanny precision, matching the sky, the cliffs, or even the shape of passing ships. From above, they are nearly invisible, but beneath the water they reveal a faint, iridescent outline. Like the edge of a coin in shadow, the shoal moves silently, its members turning and shifting, as though guided by a single shared mind. Sailors say the creatures sometimes arrange themselves into geometric patterns, as if sending messages no one can yet decipher. A diver once swam into the shoal to observe it up close. As he approached, the discs began to tilt one by one, angling their reflective surfaces toward him, until his own image stared back from every side. For a few moments it was like being suspended in a hall of mirrors, each reflection slightly delayed, moving a fraction of a second out of sync. Then, without warning, the discs spun away in perfect unison, vanishing deeper into the pass. Video from the dive revealed something strange. When the reflections of the diver overlapped in the mirrored surfaces, subtle changes appeared. His features seemed older in some, younger in others, and in a few, entirely different faces stared back. Experts reviewing the footage could find no sign of tampering, and no known biological explanation for such behavior. Some now believe the mirror shoal doesn't just mimic what it sees, it shows what could be, offering glimpses into moments never lived. Whether those visions are warnings, temptations, or echoes of another reality remains unanswered. Drenlock Trough is a long, shadowed depression in the sea floor where the water grows colder than surrounding depths. Lying within this gloom is the Ashen Leviathan, a massive serpentine shape coated in what looks like pale volcanic ash. The body is segmented, each section rising like the ribs of a buried ship, yet it moves in slow, deliberate arcs when disturbed. Divers say its surface crumbles slightly when touched, releasing clouds of fine grey silt that drift upward before vanishing. Some believe the creature is dead, its body fossilized over countless centuries. Others argue it is alive but in a state of deep dormancy, covered in a mineral crust that masks its true nature. The surrounding water is unnaturally still, as if currents avoid the trough entirely, leaving the Leviathan untouched by time. An unmanned rover once approached the Leviathan's head, where a wide, rounded crest rose from the ash-covered body. The machine's lights revealed deep grooves along the crest, arranged in a symmetrical pattern resembling scars or deliberate carvings. As the rover drew closer, the grooves began to glow faintly, releasing a stream of tiny bubbles from between the segments. The ash coating seemed to shiver, flaking away in thin sheets that dissolved before reaching the surface. Then, in a slow, almost imperceptible motion, the Leviathan's head turned slightly toward the rover. The machine's feed filled with static, and when it cleared, the view was empty. The Leviathan had shifted several meters away, without disturbing a single grain of silt. The rover's sensors registered a low, pulsing vibration trailing into the distance, fading gradually as the shape disappeared into deeper darkness. To this day, some believe the Ashen Leviathan is not bound to the seafloor, but merely resting there, waiting for something to call it from its slumber. Sorin Deep is a trench that runs for miles beneath calm, unbroken waters. From the surface, nothing betrays its presence, but divers know it for the hollow current, a narrow, rushing flow of water that seems to have no source and no destination. Unlike normal currents, it doesn't follow the contours of the trench walls, but instead cuts through the water in a perfectly straight path, as though moving inside an invisible tunnel. Objects caught within are drawn forward without slowing, disappearing into the darkness ahead. Some who have drifted near claim to feel a strange emptiness in the water, as if sound and temperature are stripped away within its flow. The current is so narrow it can be avoided, yet those who enter it, whether intentionally or by accident, are never seen again. An expedition once attempted to trace the hollow current by sending an autonomous sub into its path. As soon as the sub crossed the invisible boundary, its forward speed increased dramatically, though its engines remained idle. The onboard cameras showed the surrounding water dimming, the trench walls vanishing from view, until only a tunnel-like darkness remained. Then faint lights appeared ahead, pairs of them, moving in slow arcs, like distant eyes tracking the sub's progress. Moments later, the lights vanished, and a low, resonant sound rolled through the hull. The feed cut out entirely, and the sub's signal was lost. Weeks later, its hull was found drifting far from Soren Deep, empty and gutted of all internal components, as if they had been carefully removed. No sign of damage suggested force or violence, only the deliberate absence of what had once been there. To this day, no one knows if the hollow current leads to another part of the ocean, another world, or into the waiting grasp of something that lives between them. Tarath Basin is an immense bowl-shaped depression, ringed by jagged ridges of volcanic stone. For most of the year, the water here is unremarkable, deep, still, and empty. But without warning, the basin sometimes fills with an enormous swirling mass of what appears to be drifting plant matter. From above, it looks like a bloom of black seaweed spreading outward in a slow spiral, covering the water in a shifting shadow. Closer inspection shows it is not plant at all, but countless tendrils of something soft and almost gelatinous, curling and uncurling as though breathing. These tendrils reach upward toward any movement above, sometimes breaking the surface before sinking back into the depths. The bloom has no clear center, yet all parts of it move together, responding instantly to any disturbance in the water. Fishermen who have seen it up close say it seems to pull sound out of the air, making the surface eerily silent, except for the faint, wet rustle of the tendrils moving. An oceanographic team once deployed a deep water camera into the black bloom, lowering it slowly until the tendrils wrapped gently around the lens. The material appeared translucent, with a faint shimmer beneath the surface, as though tiny flecks of light were drifting within. As the camera descended further, the tendrils thickened, forming layers that obscured the view. Then, the water around the camera grew noticeably warmer, and the shimmer intensified until it filled the entire frame, casting an eerie glow. The tendrils began retracting, drawing the camera deeper into the basin. At 300 meters, the equipment registered an unexplainable drop in pressure, as if the surrounding water had thinned. Moments later, the feed cut to static. When the cable was pulled up, it ended in a cleanly severed edge, as though sliced by something impossibly sharp. Samples taken from the line revealed traces of organic compounds never before recorded, suggesting the bloom is not a plant, not an animal, but perhaps a transitional form between the two. Some speculate it is the visible portion of a much larger organism buried deep beneath the basin floor, its tendrils surfacing only to feed, or to lure. Calves Strait is a treacherous channel, where waves break over jagged ridges just beneath the surface. For centuries, sailors spoke of a reef unlike any other here, a sprawling formation of pale, interlocked shapes that from a distance resemble bleached coral. Yet up close, the resemblance fades. The ridges are smooth, jointed, and curved in ways eerily similar to the skeletons of massive creatures. They are arranged in intricate lattices, forming arches and tunnels large enough for small vessels to pass through. The reef stretches for hundreds of meters, and no two sections look the same. Some are rib-like, others like enormous jawbones frozen mid-bite. Divers who have explored the Bone Reef report an oppressive quiet as soon as they enter its boundaries, as though the water itself becomes heavier. Fish avoid the area entirely, and even hardy barnacles refuse to cling to the bone-like surfaces. Samples taken from the reef show a composition unlike coral or stone, dense, organic, and faintly porous, as though it once carried blood. An expedition mapped part of the Bone Reef using sonar, and the returns revealed something unsettling. The structures are not random. The formations fit together with near-perfect symmetry, their arches forming concentric rings, leading toward a central depression on the sea floor. When a remotely operated vehicle was sent into this depression, its lights illuminated an enormous spiral pattern etched into the bone beneath. The spiral's grooves were smooth, as if polished by something massive, passing over them repeatedly. The deeper the vehicle went, the stronger a faint vibration became, pulsing through the structure at regular intervals, measured, almost heartbeat-like. Without warning, the sonar feed distorted, showing the reef slowly shifting, as if the bones themselves were flexing. Seconds later, the vehicle's camera caught the outermost arches, beginning to close, narrowing the passage it had entered through. The pilot reeled it back in just before the tunnel sealed completely, trapping darkness inside. Some marine archaeologists have suggested the Bone Reef may be the fossilized remains of a single colossal organism whose body was partially buried in sediment over time, still intact, still connected, and perhaps still alive beneath the surface. If true, Calver's Strait might not be a graveyard, but the exposed ribs of a sleeping giant. Eldrin's Shoal is a cluster of shallow sandbars, surrounded by deceptively calm water. At low tide, small, perfectly round pools appear between the bars, each no more than a few meters wide, yet plunging straight down into blackness. From the surface they look harmless, like tide pools cut into the seabed, but their edges are unnaturally smooth, as if carved by hand. Locals call them the moor pools. In still water, faint ripples drift inward toward the center, even without wind or current. When approached, the pools sometimes release a slow gurgling sound, followed by a deep, echoing thump, like something shifting far below. Divers who've attempted to explore them often report a sudden and overwhelming sense of vertigo, as though the water inside is pulling them down. Some have claimed to see pale shapes moving just beneath the surface, always retreating when light touches them. Despite their size, no pool has ever been successfully mapped to the bottom. A research diver, equipped with a high-lumen floodlight, once descended into one of the moor pools. Tethered to the surface by a guideline, the walls of the shaft were completely smooth, their pale, almost ceramic-like surface curving perfectly downward. At 15 meters, the diver's depth gauge began to fluctuate wildly, registering both shallower and deeper readings at once. The guideline began to tremble, and the water temperature rose sharply. Through the beam of the light, the diver saw the base of the shaft open into a wide circular chamber, filled with slow-moving, milky water. At its center, a massive, ring-shaped structure pulsed faintly, sending out waves that disturbed the chamber's surface. The diver felt the pull increase and signaled to be hauled up, but as they ascended, the guideline scraped against something. Later inspection revealed that it had been partially frayed, not cut cleanly, but worn away in a spiraling pattern. When the diver surfaced, the pool was already closing, sand sliding inward until the opening vanished entirely. Weeks later, in a different part of Eldrin's Shoal, another identical pool appeared, perfectly round and just as silent, as though the moor had simply moved. Erith Gulf is a calm expanse of water that stretches for miles, its surface often glassy and undisturbed. But on rare nights, a strange phenomenon appears, a thin, glowing curtain that seems to hang within the water itself, running in a long, wavering line from the surface down into unseen depths. Locals call it the Luminous Veil. The glow is soft, almost like moonlight diffused through fog. Yet it does not reflect off the surface, it radiates from within, as though the water along that line has been altered. Boats that pass near it report sudden drops in speed, as if pushing against a heavy current, though the surrounding sea remains still. Divers who've approached the veil describe feeling an immediate, unnatural coldness, even when the surrounding water is warm. The glow appears to ripple when touched, sending thin strands of light outward like the threads of a spiderweb disturbed by wind. A marine survey team once attempted to study the Luminous Veil by lowering instruments through it. The moment their sensors passed into the glowing water, all electronic readings scrambled into static. Cameras showed only blurred movement, as if something was passing in front of the lens too quickly to be seen. One diver, tethered for safety, swam through the veil itself. On the other side, they found themselves in water so dark that even their torchlight failed to penetrate more than a meter ahead. Faint, shifting silhouettes moved just beyond the edge of visibility, too large and too fluid to belong to any known fish. The diver turned back toward the veil, but from that side, the glow was much dimmer, and the opening seemed farther away than it should have been. When they finally re-emerged, instruments on the surface showed that only 5 minutes had passed, but the diver's internal clock indicated nearly 40. To this day, researchers can't explain whether the veil is a rare optical effect, a concentration of bioluminescent life, or a literal boundary between one stretch of ocean and another that exists far beyond our charts. Morvain Ridge is a long undersea plateau rising from deep water, its slopes littered with volcanic rock and jagged outcrops. Among these formations, divers have occasionally reported sightings of something they call the glassback, a massive, slow-moving creature whose entire upper surface is as smooth and clear as polished crystal. Beneath this transparent layer, dark shapes shift and pulse, as though organs and muscles are visible through the shell. The creature moves with deliberate grace, dragging its wide, flat body along the ridge, while smaller fish gather in its shadow. When sunlight strikes it from above, the glassback reflects beams in all directions, sending dazzling flashes through the water that can be seen from hundreds of meters away. Those who have followed it say the creature never changes its pace, no matter how closely it's approached, but always maintains a steady, unbroken course along the ridge's crest. A deep-diving submersible once tracked the glassback for nearly 2 hours, recording its movements with high-resolution cameras. The footage revealed that its glass surface was not entirely solid. It flexed slightly with each motion, rippling like a thick membrane. At one point, the creature slowed near a crevice, extending a cluster of long, jointed limbs from beneath its body to probe the gap. As it did, faint pulses of light flickered inside its transparent shell, traveling from head to tail in perfect sequence. The limbs retracted with something clutched between them, a writhing, eel-like animal that vanished into the glassback's underside. Moments later, the creature resumed its steady crawl, leaving the crevice behind. When the sub attempted to maneuver in front of it, the glassback emitted a deep, resonant hum that rattled the hull. Lights on the sub flickered, and the pilot quickly backed away. Analysis of the video later showed something strange. In the moments before the hum, the patterns of light inside the creature's shell formed a shape eerily similar to an eye, large, unblinking, and staring directly at the camera. Varela Sound is a shallow, island-dotted stretch of water, known for its shifting sandbanks and hidden reefs. On certain moonless nights, the seabed beneath these waters comes alive with a strange, fiery glow, tiny pinpricks of light, spreading outward until they fill the entire shoal. Locals call this display the Ember Shoals, for the lights resemble scattered embers drifting in dark water. Unlike normal bioluminescence, the glow here does not react to movement. Instead, it pulses in slow, synchronized waves, as though every light is part of a single heartbeat. When the tide begins to turn, the glowing points drift upward, forming loose spirals that twist toward the surface before fading. Fishermen avoid the area during these events, claiming the lights attract things best left unseen. They speak of shadows passing between the glowing embers, shapes that break their patterns, moving with intent rather than the tide. Marine researchers attempted to collect samples from the glowing particles, sending divers into the shoals during a peak display. At first, the embers seemed harmless, small, gelatinous spheres, no larger than a fingernail. But as the divers gathered them in nets, the glow abruptly intensified, flooding the water with a brilliant red light that obscured everything beyond arm's length. Through the haze, the divers reported feeling sudden pressure changes, as if the sea were breathing around them. Their equipment began to register subtle currents moving in circular patterns, drawing them toward a central point on the seabed. As they retreated, they glimpsed a vast, undulating shape, rising slowly from the sand, its surface studded with the glowing particles. The lights pulsed faster, as if in agitation, until the entire shoal dimmed in an instant, leaving only darkness. When the divers surfaced, they found their collection nets empty. Every ember sphere had dissolved into nothing. Later analysis of water samples, taken from the site, revealed traces of proteins unlike anything found in known marine life, suggesting the embers might be a temporary form, a scattering of living fragments from a larger hidden organism that surfaces only when the tides, the darkness, and the moonless sky align. Murmuring Reach is a stretch of open ocean where shipping lanes once cut close to a deep, featureless expanse. For most vessels, the passage was uneventful, but scattered among the records of the region are accounts of sudden, inexplicable disappearances. Survivors tell of encountering what they call the Black Vortex, a vast, slow-turning spiral in the water, perfectly circular and eerily silent. Unlike ordinary whirlpools, it makes no sound of rushing water, no froth or foam, just a slow, hypnotic rotation, as if the ocean itself is breathing in. The center is a perfect void, a disk of absolute blackness that swallows all light, appearing more like an open pit than a hole in water. Ships that drift too close report an immediate loss of wind, even on days of strong trade currents. Sails go slack, engines strain without effect, and the air takes on a dense, heavy stillness. Waves flatten into glass around the vortex, and sound carries strangely. Voices seem muted, while other noises, like creaks of wood or the slap of rigging, echo unnaturally loud. Some sailors swear they can feel the pull not in the water, but in their own chest, as if their heartbeat is being drawn into sync with the slow rotation. A deep water exploration team once lowered a submersible drone directly into the vortex. The moment its hull crossed the rim, its descent accelerated, not from suction, but as though gravity itself had subtly shifted. The cameras recorded a tunnel of dark water spiraling inward, illuminated only by the sub's beams. Shapes drifted along the tunnel walls, long filament-like forms that curled and uncurled in time with the rotation. Some were as thin as threads, others thick as tree trunks, all moving with the same steady rhythm. At a depth the instruments could not properly record, the tunnel widened into a vast spherical chamber filled with pitch-black water. Here the light from the drone was swallowed within a meter, and the sensors registered pressure readings that fluctuated wildly, at times impossibly low for the depth, as though the sub had entered a hollow pocket inside the ocean. Then faint points of light appeared in the darkness, scattered at first, then aligning into perfect concentric circles. The lights pulsed once, sending a ripple through the surrounding water that knocked the drone's camera off balance. The feed cut out a moment later. When the winch hauled the cable back in, the line ended in a perfectly fused tip, as though the metal had been melted and sealed underwater without heat. Days later, the vortex was gone, replaced by a flat, undisturbed surface, as though it had never been there. Weeks afterward, satellite scans of the area picked up a faint, moving depression in the sea, as if the vortex had simply shifted its position beneath the waves. No one knows if it is a fixed feature of the ocean floor, a migrating phenomenon, or the breathing mouth of something vast enough to sleep unseen in the deep. Selgan Abyss is a chasm so deep that even modern mapping struggles to chart its full descent. Most of the trench is a barren void, broken only by slopes of black silt and the occasional jagged ridge. But near its midpoint, explorers have found a forest of towering needle-like structures rising from the abyss floor. They call them the Harrow Spires. Each spire is as thin as a mast, but hundreds of meters tall, swaying gently despite the crushing pressure and absence of strong currents. From a distance, they appear mineral, black, ridged, and coated in a fine sheen like wet obsidian. Up close, however, the surface shifts subtly, rippling in a way that suggests muscle beneath skin. When submersibles pass between the spires, instruments often fail without warning. Compasses drift aimlessly, sonar returns echo back in distorted patterns, and hull microphones pick up a deep, steady thrum, as if the spires are vibrating together in some hidden harmony. Pilots have compared the sensation to moving through the strings of a massive instrument, each passing beam of light setting off faint responses, a shimmer here, a faint flex there. A research dive once anchored between two of the tallest spires to take core samples. As the drill bit touched the surface, it sank in too easily, sliding through as though piercing dense flesh. The core that came back up was not stone but a fibrous layered material that bled a dark, viscous liquid into the collection chamber. Almost immediately, the surrounding spires began to tremble in unison. The tremor built slowly, at first like the shiver of a current, then stronger, until it rattled every loose fitting in the sub's cabin. Sonar showed the spires leaning inward, fractionally at first, then by several degrees, closing the gap above the vessel. The crew powered up thrusters, but the sub's navigation system refused to respond. The compass spun wildly, and even manual control seemed sluggish, as though something thick and unseen filled the water. The trembling deepened into a slow, resonant hum that the crew later described as pressing against their skulls from the inside. Then, as abruptly as it had started, the sound ceased. The spires straightened, the instruments blinked back to life, and the hum was replaced by an almost oppressive silence. When the sub rose out of the forest, a final sonar sweep showed the spires had shifted position since their arrival, arranged now in a tighter formation, with the spot they had anchored in completely closed off. The fibrous core sample, once removed to the surface lab, decayed within hours, leaving behind only a brittle husk and a faint metallic scent. No expedition has drilled into the spires since, and those who study the abyss now wonder if the Harrow Spires are not structures at all, but the anchored limbs or feeding stalks of something even deeper, something that marks and remembers any intrusion into its domain. Brindle Shelf is a long, sloping plain beneath shallow coastal waters, a place where fishing vessels have worked for generations. Most of the time it is unremarkable. Muddy seabed, scattered reefs, slow currents, but there are seasons when the entire shelf changes character, as if the ocean above it has been hollowed out. Local crews call it the hollow tide. On these days, the water over the shelf feels strangely weightless. Boats float higher, their hulls rocking less in the swell, and nets sink faster than usual, as though gravity has loosened its hold. The change is subtle enough to escape notice at first, but soon even inexperienced sailors sense something is off. Divers say the hollow tide comes with an unnatural clarity. The water turns crystal clear, visibility stretching far beyond normal limits. From the surface to the seabed, everything is lit in a dim bluish haze, and sound travels with unsettling precision. A shout from a deck above can be heard word for word on the bottom. Marine life behaves oddly here. Fish move in slow, hesitant patterns, their movements lagging as if under a mild paralysis. Crustaceans remain still for hours, ignoring bait dropped inches away. On one documented occasion, a research team lowered an ROV to follow a faint depression that wound its way across the shelf. The depression widened gradually, forming a trench no more than 3 meters deep, but stretching for kilometers. Its floor was smooth, scoured clean of all debris, with no sign of current strong enough to carve it. As the ROV followed the trench, the readings on its depth gauge became erratic, showing fluctuations of several meters within seconds. The cameras picked up faint distortions in the water ahead, circular ripples moving without touching the surface, like invisible rings expanding outward from something unseen. Then the trench ended abruptly, in a perfectly round pit. The pit's walls dropped sharply into blackness, and within that darkness, a faint shimmer could be seen, almost like heat haze on a road. The ROV descended slowly, passing through the shimmer. Instruments instantly failed, the feed turned to static, and the winch began to strain as though lifting far more weight than the cable's load. The crew began hauling the ROV back, and after several minutes it burst back into view on the surface, covered in a fine dark silt that smelled of iron and salt. Analysis of the silt revealed microstructures that did not match any known mineral, but resembled the intricate hollow frameworks found in certain deep-sea plankton, except these were thousands of times larger. Theories suggest the hollow tide may be caused by a vast, slow-moving organism buried beneath the shelf, its presence altering the density and acoustics of the water above. If true, it may be older than the shelf itself, lying dormant until the seasons align, and its pulse briefly rises to the surface world. Hiskir Channel is a narrow winding pass between two chains of jagged islands, where the tides run fast and the fog clings low over the water. Mariners navigate it only with care, for the reefs beneath can tear open a hull in minutes. But there is another hazard, one spoken of only in low voices: the lantern moor. Those who have seen it say it is not a creature in the way a shark or squid is a creature, but something older, stranger, and patient enough to wait for centuries in the same narrow hunting ground. The lantern moor begins as a light, soft, warm and steady, shining just below the water's surface. It is never dazzling, more like the muted glow of a ship's lamp swaying in the dark. It appears most often at night, and always ahead of vessels forced to slow in the twisting channel. Sailors, thinking it might be the signal of another boat, often steer toward it for bearings. But the light retreats, just far enough to stay out of reach, luring the ship deeper into the reefs. Divers who have pursued the light from below say it comes from a massive circular mouth lined with hundreds of hair-thin filaments, each tipped with a bioluminescent bead. The mouth itself never fully opens at first. It drifts in the water like a ring of pale flesh, the light swaying in rhythmic unison. The water around it is strangely still, even when currents elsewhere in the channel are strong. Fish that wander too close seem to slow, their movements becoming oddly sluggish until they drift directly into the circle of lights. When the moor opens, it is soundless. The lights go dark in an instant, and the prey simply vanishes into the void. One deep water submersible once approached the lantern moor in daylight, following sonar returns that indicated a stationary mass at the channel's center. As it drew near, the mass unfolded, its ring of lights pale in the sun, the filaments trailing like strands of glass. The mouth widened, revealing a throat lined with spiral ridges that seemed to ripple toward the depths. The pilot described feeling a strange vibration through the sub's hull, not as sound but as a deep pulse in the bones. Instruments recorded a sudden drop in water temperature, followed by a gradual dimming of light, as if the surrounding water itself was swallowing the day. Before they could retreat, the filaments moved. They didn't lash out, but instead drifted toward the sub, curling delicately around the camera arm and floodlight. Wherever they touched, the metal frosted over instantly, as though rimmed with ice. The pilot cut thrusters, letting the current pull them away slowly. The filaments loosened, drifting back toward the circle, which closed once more. The moor sank slowly into the shadows, its outline fading into the seabed, until nothing remained but open water. Locals say the lantern moor is not confined to one place. It moves along the Hiskir Channel, sometimes vanishing for years before returning. Old logs tell of entire fleets that followed a strange light into the reefs, never to be seen again. Whether it hunts out of hunger or simple instinct is unknown. What is certain is that the moor never chases. It waits, letting its glow tug at the mind, convincing sailors they are choosing their own course, until they realize, far too late, that they have been drifting toward its patient, unblinking mouth all along. Cailin Deep lies far from major trade routes, a place where the ocean floor plunges into a long, narrow trench bordered by sheer cliffs of black basalt. Very few vessels pass over it, and fewer still linger, for the currents are unpredictable, and the water carries a strange resonance, faint, high-pitched notes that seem to come from nowhere. Fishermen who have skirted its edges tell of hearing the sound through the hull, a thin, crystalline tone that rises and falls like breath. It is from this haunting music that the trench's most feared inhabitant gets its name, the Siren Spine. The Siren Spine is described not by those who have seen its whole form, none claim to have done so, but by those who have glimpsed its most distinctive feature, a vast, arching structure rising from the trench like the rib of some colossal skeleton. This spine is pale, almost translucent, and segmented, each section glowing faintly with a bluish light. The structure sways gently, even in still water, and from its length comes the eerie music. The sound seems to vibrate not only through the water, but through the bones of anyone nearby, creating a pull that is more felt than heard. Divers who have approached the Siren Spine say the glow brightens when they near it, the segments flaring in sequence, like the keys of some immense slow-played instrument. They also report a sudden stillness in the water around it, No fish, no drifting plankton, nothing alive moving near the structure. One expedition, curious to learn if the spine was mineral, biological, or something in between, sent a remotely operated vehicle to collect samples. The moment its manipulator arm touched the surface, the music stopped. The water grew heavy, oppressive, and in the distance, the shadows beneath the trench shifted. The spine began to lower slowly into the darkness, segment by segment, like a creature folding itself away. From the depths below came a vast shape, only partly visible, its outline rippling in the gloom. The ROV's lights caught flashes of what might have been other spines, arranged like the ribs of a cage or the frame of a sail. The shape turned once, its movement graceful and deliberate, then retreated into the trench. The spine's segments dimmed, their glow fading until the structure was nothing more than a silhouette against the black cliffs. What followed was stranger still. The water surrounding the trench began to hum, not with the spine's previous melody, but with a low, constant vibration that rattled the ROV's cameras and scrambled its transmissions. The crew recovered the vehicle to find its manipulator arm warped, the metal softened as if it had been exposed to great heat, though the temperature logs showed no change. Locals insist the Siren Spine is not stationary. They say it can rise at different points along Kaelin Deep, its music serving as a lure for those who cannot resist, following the sound. Theories range from it being a sensory organ of some vast unseen creature, to an independent life form that uses resonance to immobilize prey. What unnerves even seasoned sailors is the idea that the music is not random. It shifts subtly in tone and pattern, as though the spine is listening, measuring, and deciding whether those who hear it will be allowed to leave the trench, or drawn deeper into its silent embrace. Orvan Rift is a scar in the ocean floor, a jagged canyon whose walls drop so sharply that even advanced sonar maps show it as a black void. The rift is treacherous for navigation, not only because of its unpredictable currents, but because of something that has become legend among deep-sea crews, the Glass Leviathan. The name comes from its uncanny transparency. Sightings describe a shape so clear it can be mistaken for the water itself, visible only when it moves, or when light refracts across its massive form. The first clue to its presence is often the sudden distortion of the water, waves bending at odd angles, shafts of sunlight twisting into spirals. Then comes the silhouette, faint as a ripple, a colossal form gliding just beneath the surface, its body curved like the blade of a scythe. Witnesses claim it is longer than a whaling ship, with fins that stretch outward like delicate panes of crystal, each edge sharp enough to slice through kelp forests without a trace. Submersible teams have tried to capture footage, but the Leviathan disrupts every attempt. Cameras aimed at it record only a blur of light, as though the creature bends visibility around itself. One team, navigating along the rift's upper edge, reported a shimmering dome rising from below, as if the seafloor itself had shifted. Within moments, the dome resolved into the arch of the Leviathan's back. Its skin, if it can be called that, seemed to be made of countless layers, like sheets of glass laid over one another, catching and fracturing the light into prisms. As the team watched, the Leviathan passed silently beneath them. The water grew still, then unnervingly warm, as though the creature carried its own thermal layer. Fish fled ahead of it, but some did not move fast enough. Those caught in the path seemed to vanish, as if pulled into the layers of its body. One diver described seeing a school of small silverfish trapped within its side, their forms suspended as though frozen in clear ice, drifting along until the Leviathan's form bent away, and they were simply gone. Theories suggest that the Glass Leviathan's transparency is not merely camouflage, but a form of partial dimensional displacement, its body existing in more than one layer of reality, able to draw prey into a space where they cannot escape. Supporting this are accounts from sonar operators, who have tracked the creature for minutes, only for it to disappear mid-scan, replaced by an empty void in the water. Once a research vessel anchored near Orvan Rift reported a strange ringing sound coming up through the hull. Divers traced the source to a vertical crevice halfway down the canyon wall. There, just visible, was the Leviathan's head, or what appeared to be its head, a broad, flattened shape with a row of crystalline protrusions along its crown. When light from the divers' torches touched these protrusions, the ringing deepened into a resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through the bones. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, the Leviathan folded itself into the rift and was gone, leaving the water around it eerily empty. The most unsettling thing about the Glass Leviathan is that it is never seen far from the rift. This has led some to believe the canyon is not just its hunting ground but a place it must return to, whether to rest, to feed, or to sink into some deeper space where no vessel can follow. In the stillness after a sighting, the water often feels sharper, clearer, as though the Leviathan has left behind a fragment of itself, waiting for the next time the light will bend just enough to reveal its invisible form again. Grellock Sound is a long, narrow stretch of sea hemmed in by cliffs that rise like fortress walls. The waters here are cold, dark, and often eerily calm, even during storms that churn the open ocean. Beneath the surface lies a series of deep fissures running parallel to one another, forming what sonar maps depict as a jagged chain across the seabed. Fishermen avoid this place not for the reefs or currents, but because of what they say waits in the blackness below the moor chain. The moor chain is not a single creature, at least not in the sense most would imagine. Those who claim to have seen it speak of countless gaping mouths arranged in a perfect line along the fissures, each as wide as a small boat, each lined with layers of teeth as fine and sharp as needles. The mouths do not move independently. Instead, they open and close in perfect synchronization, as though controlled by a single mind or bound together as parts of a greater whole. The first recorded encounter came from a trawler that dropped nets along the Sound's central fissure. When the crew began to haul them up, the nets came back shredded into ribbons, the ropes frayed as if scraped over jagged rock. But there was no rock where the nets had been, only the smooth, undisturbed walls of the fissure. Divers sent down to investigate reported the water ahead of them growing strangely still, and then, without warning, the fissure below them widened. Dozens of mouths opened at once, releasing a single deep pulse that could be felt more than heard. That pulse was followed by movement, not a rush or lunge, but a coordinated rolling motion, the mouths folding inward in sequence, as if swallowing something that had passed along the chain. Whatever they consumed was never seen, though the divers swore they heard faint cracking sounds, like shells breaking under pressure. One diver's camera caught a blurred image of a mouth closing, the teeth slick and gleaming, with something pale vanishing between them. On rare occasions the moor chain has been sighted from above. When the sea is glassy, and the light strikes just right, the mouths can be seen faintly as darker ovals in the water, their rhythm steady and deliberate. Sailors describe the sight as mesmerizing, almost hypnotic, drawing the eyes until the chain seems to stretch far beyond the limits of vision. Some theorists suggest the mouths are feeding organs of a single titanic organism buried deep beneath the seabed, its true body hidden in the rock. Others believe the fissures themselves may be part of that body, a network of living channels through which the creature moves and feeds. Supporting this idea are reports of the fissures subtly changing position over years, as though the seabed itself is alive and shifting. Perhaps the most unsettling report comes from a deep sub pilot who drifted too close to the chain. As his sub hovered above the largest fissure, every mouth within sight snapped shut in unison, and the water around the sub began to vibrate. Then slowly, the mouths reopened, not toward the surface, but toward one another, passing some unseen object down the line like a series of mechanical gates. By the time the last mouth closed, the fissure was still again, and the pilot felt an overpowering urge to leave before it opened once more. In Grellock Sound, it is said that the moor chain never hunts. It waits, patient as stone, until the sea itself delivers its next offering to the endless synchronized hunger below. Cartheny Deep sits beyond a ragged continental shelf, where the bottom drops away in a single, breathless step. The charts mark it as a plain of silt and cold, the kind of featureless darkness that swallows sound. Yet crews who anchor above it sometimes feel a peculiar tug through their hulls. Nothing violent, just a steady, metallic insistence, as if the sea itself were gently taking hold. That is the first sign of the iron bloom. From above, there is no warning. The water does not change color, The surface gives no hint. But once lights descend, the plain reveals itself as a field of closed shapes embedded in the silt, thousands of them, arranged in broad spirals that wind toward a center no one has reached. Each shape resembles a flower bud cast from dark metal, petals fused tight, edges fine as razors. The buds are not smooth, delicate filigree lines trace their surfaces like veins, and where two buds touch, fine threads of the same metallic substance bridge the gap, like roots knitting one to another. Divers who have drifted among them describe a faint ringing through gear and bone. Compasses wander, depth gauges cough up nonsense, and the slightest loose screw begins to vibrate against its fitting. The buds do not stir at first, they lie dormant, half buried, but when a tool brushes one, or a fin stroke kicks silt across a row, the field responds in ripples. Buds near the disturbance shiver, then split along hairline seams with a soft bell-like click. Petals unfold with impossible grace, exposing a throat of mirror-bright lamellae that catch and magnify light. The opened blooms give off no glow of their own, yet the water around them gleams as if dawn had pooled at the bottom of the world. A team once lowered a titanium sampling basket to pluck a single bloom for study. The moment the basket's rim touched a petal, 3 neighboring buds opened at once, then 10, then 100, each answering the vibration with their own crisp click. The basket began to drift sideways against the tether, drawn by force unseen. The crew tried to winch it back, but the line tightened as if snagged on something heavy. Cameras showed the truth, hair-thin filaments unspooling from inside the flowers, reaching not for flesh, but for metal, wrapping the basket in a silvery weave. When the winch finally wrenched it free, the filaments snapped without effort, clean glittering breaks like cut wire, and the field fell still, as if embarrassed by its own enthusiasm. Another descent used a polymer-framed sled to avoid the lure. It skated low over the buds, scattering silt in soft clouds. Where the dust settled, buds quivered and opened in quiet waves, seeking purchase that wasn't there. The sled's cameras caught something stranger deeper in the spiral, fully opened blooms pivoting on their bases to face the sled, petals arranging themselves in precise angles, until their mirrored throats reflected the vehicle's running lights back upon themselves. The water between sled and bloom thickened with shimmer, a haze of reflections within reflections, like looking down a corridor of bright mouths. The pilot backed away on impulse, and the haze unraveled at once, petals relaxing, throats dimming, the field returning to its feigned sleep. Not everything in the bloom is courtly restraint. Nets lowered carelessly have come back stitched into tight balls by hair-like wire, every knot bound as neatly as jewelry. Anchor chains have risen coated in a lace of metal that hums when touched, the pitch changing with the wind. A salvage hook once returned fused to a bloom petal that had ridden it all the way up, cool to the touch, heavier than it should have been. On deck, the petal began to close, very slowly, as if persuaded by the memory of pressure. It stopped midway, and never moved again, but the ship's compass wandered for 3 days. Whether the iron bloom feeds, or only collects, is argued over in patient, uneasy voices. The filaments do not pierce skin, they do not cling to suits, they have never dragged a person down, they choose alloy, not flesh. Some think the field is a vast organ designed to harvest trace metals from the water, concentrating them into petals and wires the way coral builds limestone. Others suspect intent, the spiral geometry, the coordinated opening, the way the blooms angle themselves toward engines and winch drums and knife blades, as though listening for the singing of worked steel. There are deeper rumors, the kind told softly in galley corners. Far out in the spiral's sweep, beyond the reach of most lines, the buds are said to be larger and darker, their petals scored with grooves like writing. When storms pass overhead, these elder blooms open on their own, click by measured click, and a low tremor passes through the silt, rolling outward like a pulse. Ships anchored above feel nothing but a brief pleasant loosening in their chains. Instruments note the smallest change in field strength, then return to normal. The sea resumes being the sea, but if you drop a metal coin there, the old hands say, it will not strike silt, it will not even fall far, it will drift sideways, taken gently into a waiting mouth that closes softly around it, like a hand tucking away a keepsake. And somewhere beneath Cartheme Deep, in a spiral no chart has finished, a garden will add one more bright seed to its patient, whispering harvest. Sereth Gulf is shallow compared to the open sea beyond it, but the water there holds a strange heaviness, as if the waves are always pressing down on something vast beneath them. Charts show an uneven seabed, ridged and scalloped like wind-carved stone. Yet divers know that some of those ridges are not rock at all. They are the outer walls of the Drowned Cathedral. The name began with pearl divers, long before any serious expeditions came. They told of descending through pale water to find archways rising from the silt, perfect in curve and proportion, encrusted with coral that pulsed faintly in the current. The walls did not meet overhead. Instead, immense columns spiraled upward, their tips vanishing into dimness, suggesting a roof so high it could not be seen. Inside the structure, the water seemed warmer and oddly still, as though the currents bent away from crossing its threshold. Those who ventured within found floors paved with massive hexagonal tiles, each inset with darker stone that formed patterns too deliberate to be natural. Across the tiles lay long benches of smooth, pale material, not wood, not coral, but something that rang faintly when tapped. In the far recesses of these halls, divers reported doorways without doors, just perfect frames that opened into blackness so complete their lights could not touch the back. An early submersible survey mapped a single nave over 200 meters in length, flanked by smaller chambers. Some walls bore reliefs worn nearly smooth shapes that might have been fish, birds, or something in between. On one wall, nearly intact, a carving showed a towering figure with an elongated head, its arms extended as if blessing the sea. Beneath its feet, smaller shapes knelt, human-like, but with long trailing fins. It was during one of these surveys that the cathedral revealed why even seasoned crews grow quiet at its mention. The sub's lights passed over a massive arch deep in the structure, and a low resonance filled the water, so deep it was felt rather than heard. Barnacles on the arch shuddered and fell away. Sand sifted down from unseen heights. The pilot turned the vessel to retreat, but the passage ahead had darkened, not from silt, but from movement. Columns that had seemed fixed now stood closer together, their bases grinding silently along the floor. The arch ahead narrowed, then widened again, the stone flexing like cartilage. Instruments recorded a steady drop in salinity, as though fresh water were bleeding into the gulf from some hidden source within the structure. With it came a scent, yes, even underwater, that crew described later as metallic and old, the way an unopened chest smells after centuries. The low resonance deepened, and a ripple passed through the tiled floor. Tiles lifted slightly, one after another, in a perfect wave that rolled toward the sub. Nothing struck the vessel, but the cameras caught something the pilot had not noticed. Each raised tile revealed a gap beneath, and from each gap a narrow shape emerged. They were not fish, they were not eels. They were more like the spines of shutters, rising in unison, then folding back into place as the floor settled. Whatever they were, they had moved toward the vessel in perfect synchronization, then retreated the moment the sub began to ascend. No one knows if the Drowned Cathedral was built or grown, or if it is a single organism wearing the memory of architecture. Some believe the columns and arches are part of a skeleton so vast that only its crown pierces the seabed. Others think the place was a temple, abandoned to the sea, and that something has since made it its home, something patient enough to let coral paint its walls, yet aware enough to shift its own halls when strangers come too close. In Sereth Gulf, the water above the cathedral always feels slightly warmer, the current always just a little stiller, as though the structure beneath is holding its breath, waiting for the next visitor to step inside its silent submerged nave. Erelith Plain is a high, windless plateau of seafloor that stretches farther than most charts bother to outline. No reefs break its monotony, no vents plume from its surface, only a dusting of pale silt that settles like frost. Crews who pass above it often remark on the quiet. Sonar comes back clean, the hull hum softens, and even the slap of waves on steel feels subdued, as if sound lands in the water, and refuses to travel. That hush is the first hint you are over the Drift Library. It doesn't look like a library from the surface. It looks like nothing at all, until a light goes down and the plane stirs. From the silt rise sheets, thin, flexible, and nearly transparent. They lift like leaves caught in a slow wind and drift upward in lazy spirals. Each sheet is the size of a door, some larger, some small as a hand. Their edges are frayed but not torn, curling inward with a papery grace, and when they pass a light, faint markings ripple across their surfaces, lines, spirals, and intricate cross-hatching that bloom and fade as though written in salt. Divers who have swum among them say the sheets move with intent. They will circle a lamp, hover near a gloved palm, then drift away the moment a hand reaches out. Touching one is like pressing against damp parchment. It yields, springs back, and leaves a chill along the skin that lingers longer than it should. The markings are not constant. They change in response to proximity. A diver's outline appears in ghostly strokes, then dissolves into rows of tiny chevrons. The grid of a sub's floodlight hatch is sketched perfectly across a sheet, each screw head captured as a pinprick spiral before the pattern shreds itself into flowing script no one can read. A research team once lowered a frame of dark cloth into the sheets to provide contrast. The moment the cloth presented a flat, welcoming surface, the library gathered. Dozens of leaves settled upon it, overlapping until the frame vanished beneath a skin of translucent pages. The markings synchronized, thick bands of parallel lines, then delicate hair-like filaments tracing routes that resembled shipping lanes, then sound waves, then something like the fine ridges of a fingerprint on a scale too large to be human. Hydrophones recorded a whispering hiss during the display, not bubbles, not silt, but the friction of the sheets gliding across one another with exquisite precision. The crew raised the frame slowly. The pages clung together, bonded by pressure alone, and when they reached the surface, sunlight lit the bound skin from within. Images flared, boats, faces, the grain of a wooden deck, a tattoo spiraling up a forearm, a pattern of dents along a hull. None belonged to the crew. Someone recognized a compass rose from an old family skiff lost years before. Another swore a woman's face in profile matched a photograph kept in a cabin drawer. As the wind touched it, the bound skin loosened and the sheets sprang free, fluttering back to the water. The images faded the instant they re-entered the sea. Another attempt used a polymer cage to trap a small cluster. It worked for minutes. Within the bars, the sheets pressed together of their own accord, forming a thick codex that shivered as if breathing. The markings coalesced into dense columns, then turned themselves sideways, then spiraled out of any reading left to right. The codex flexed, slipped its corners between the bars with the patience of an eel finding a crevice, and untied itself back into leaves. The cage came up empty except for a dusting of fine white grains that tasted of salt and iron. Under a scope, each grain revealed micro-grooves arranged like the page's larger patterns, writing within writing, receding in scales too tiny to follow. Theories gather like foam along Erelith's edge. Some claim each sheet is a living membrane meant to capture vibration, sound, light, pressure, and translate it into stored structure, pages that write themselves with what the sea hears. Others argue the sheets are slough tissue from a creature buried beneath the plane, memory skins shed, and sent drifting to catalogue the surface world. A quieter thought persists among old captains, that the library isn't collecting at all, it's returning. There are stories of voices heard when the sheets close over a hull, scraps of speech in dead dialects, laughter cut short, the hammering rhythm of a shipyard. A trawler once reported waking at dawn to find its deck blanketed with damp, translucent leaves. On the cabin door, in tidy strokes that dried to nothing by noon, someone had written the name of a lost vessel, and the words, "We slept on your boards." No one aboard knew the boat or its dead, but one crewman went ashore and never sailed again. Skeptics ask how paper survives in salt. The answer is simple: it doesn't. This isn't paper. It flexes like cartilage and refracts like jelly. And yet when a light falls just right, the sheets lay flat to receive it, the way a page settles beneath a pen. If you watch long enough, patterns align, russes, faces, storms, The moon's notched around cycle sketched and unsketched in patient tides. Sailors crossing Erelith now darken their decks and keep their voices low, not out of fear, but respect. The drift library rises when invited by noise and light, writes what you carry, and drifts back down with it. If it is an archive, it does not keep for us. If it is a creature, it feeds on what we leave behind. Either way, the sea remembers, and on that plain of hush and frost, the pages turn without hands. Braska Trench is a narrow scar running like a blade through otherwise unremarkable ocean floor. From the surface, the water above it looks no different from the rest of the open sea, but the trench itself plunges far deeper than its width suggests, a slit of blackness that swallows light faster than most divers care to test. The walls are sheer in some stretches, jagged in others, and lined with ledges that vanish into the dark like steps carved for giants. But what draws vessels here are not the ledges, it's the lights. Sailors first spoke of them as a line of distant beacons, winking faintly through the black water, evenly spaced as if strung along an invisible thread. They called it the lantern spine. At first glance, the lights resemble bioluminescent jellyfish or deep-sea squid. But no matter how far submersibles descend, the lights never drift closer or further apart. They maintain the same perfect distance from one another, stretching away into the dark until sight itself fails. Approach one, and the details shift. Each light is housed inside a thin translucent sheath that arcs from the trench wall like a rib. The glow pulses not randomly, but in a precise 3-beat rhythm: bright, brighter, fade. Divers say the light's warmth can be felt faintly on their faces, even through masks. More unsettling, the moment a diver passes between two lanterns, the rhythm changes, not to flicker or chaos, but to match the diver's own heartbeat. Submersible pilots report that as they move deeper, the glow behind them dims, as if the lanterns are conserving energy or attention for those still ahead. The ones before them brighten incrementally, drawing the vessel forward like a breadcrumb trail. Some crews follow the lights for hours, only to find themselves back where they started without having turned. Others claim the path does not loop but narrows, the lanterns bending subtly inward until the walls of the trench nearly touch above. One expedition rigged a tether to ensure they could retrace their way. The lanterns responded to the cable's vibrations, pulsing brighter in sync with each tug from the ship above. Cameras sent along the tether caught a disquieting sight. The cable passed through each lantern's arc without obstruction, but within the glow fine strands, almost invisible, shifted in time with the pulse, like tendons flexing. When the cable was retrieved, sections of it bore delicate grooves, evenly spaced, as though gripped by something with infinite patience and no need to rush. There are reports of sound beneath the glow, a hum so low it thrums through the ribs of the trench. Some divers describe it as a chant, others as a mechanical vibration. When multiple lanterns are viewed together, the pulses of light seem to travel along the trench in waves, answering some hidden signal. On rare occasions, the lights ripple outward in both directions, racing away faster than the eye can follow, as though carrying a message to an unseen distance. What lies at the end of the lantern spine is uncertain. A handful of accounts speak of reaching a final massive glow, where the trench floor levels out into a basin. In this place, the lanterns rise not from the walls, but from the center of the basin itself, arranged in a spiral that tightens toward a single towering arc. Its light is not steady but breathing, brightening and dimming in long slow draws, as if inhaling. Divers who reached this point say the water was warmer here, and the hum deepened into a tone so low it made their vision shiver. None of them claim to have touched the great lantern, though one insists it bent toward him as he approached, its glow narrowing to a slit, almost like an eye. Speculation ranges wildly. Some believe the lantern spine is the exposed nervous system of an immense life form, each arc a sensory node relaying information down the trench. Others think the lights are lures, guiding prey into deeper, narrower confines. There's even a quiet theory that the lanterns are not part of the trench at all, that the trench itself is the body, and the lights are organs along its spine. Ships now keep their distance from Braska Trench unless well prepared, for the lantern spine has a way of drawing travelers further than they intend. and in that slit of endless dark, once the lights ahead are the only thing you can see, it becomes very hard to turn back. The Glassback Sholes are not marked on most maps. They lie in the kind of shallow, restless water that charts dismiss as hazardous sandbars, and yet, those who know the route there talk of something far stranger than shifting sands. Beneath the turquoise surface lies a formation that gleams like shards of a shattered mirror, catching sunlight and scattering it in trembling ribbons through the waves. From the air, it looks almost decorative, patches of glinting silver laid across the seafloor. But the closer you get, the more wrong it feels. The glass is not rock, and it is not sand. Each fragment is a curved plate, smooth on one side and faintly ridged on the other, arranged in loose overlaps like scales. Some are as small as a coin, others are longer than a man's arm. They are warm to the touch, even in cold water, and when tapped, they produce a clear, ringing note that carries far beyond what sound should travel underwater. Divers who swim over the shoals often find the plates shifting under them, not tumbling in the current, but tilting in unison, as if to watch. The ridge sides bear patterns that seem random until viewed from just the right angle, when the grooves align into designs like waves, spirals, or the stylized silhouettes of fish. These patterns change subtly from day to day, suggesting they are not fixed carvings at all, but something alive, adjusting its surface like a living thing flexing its skin. One fishing vessel reported losing its anchor in the shoals when the chain was caught between plates. When the crew tried to haul it back, the plates shifted as though swallowing the chain, pulling it deeper until the anchor vanished entirely. The sound it made as it went, sharp, ringing, and oddly melodic, was heard both above and below deck. Hours later, divers searching the site found the plates had arranged themselves into a perfect spiral, the center marked by a faintly glowing ridge where the anchor had gone. A survey team lowered weighted frames with cameras to capture long-term footage. The plates responded within minutes, rising from the sand to cluster around the frames, their mirrored sides angled upward toward the sun. As the day passed, the plates pivoted together, tracking the light, like a field of flowers following the sun across the sky. When the team reviewed the footage later, they noticed something unsettling. The plates weren't tracking the sun at all. They were following the reflection of the survey vessel's hull in the water above. At night, the shoals transform. The plates' mirrored faces go dark, but the ridge sides emit a soft, pale glow that pulses in slow waves across the formation. Some divers have described swimming above them in darkness as like floating over a sleeping city, its streets marked by steady breathing light. Those who have spent entire nights anchored nearby say the glow sometimes changes to quick, sharp flashes that ripple outward, always after a loud noise, as though the shoals are sending signals to an unseen distance. There are stories, not well publicized, of the Glassback Sholes taking more than just anchors. A salvage crew once tried to retrieve metal scrap from the area, only for their baskets to be stripped clean during the ascent. Cameras showed the plates rising in coordinated waves, nudging each other upward, until they intercepted the basket, their ridge sides scraping it clean before sinking back into place. The items were never recovered. Marine biologists argue over what the shoals are. Some suggest they are colonies of a giant mollusk-like species, each plate a segment of an enormous shell field that can shift and tilt to harvest sunlight or nutrients. Others think they are the armor of a buried creature, the plates rising and falling as it breathes. A few even wonder if the shoals are a kind of memory device. Each plate, a facet that can shift to store patterns, reflections, sounds, even objects, beneath its mirrored skin. The fishermen who still risk the area put it more simply. They say the Glassback Sholes are watching, and when the mirrored faces tilt toward you and stay there, it's time to leave, before the shifting begins again. Merrow Deep is not the deepest place in the ocean, but it feels like it should be. The descent into it is marked not by pressure gauges or sonar pings, but by a change in the water's voice. Somewhere past a certain depth, the sea stops sounding like itself. No thrum of engines carrying, no distant clicks of dolphins, no grind of sediment against the hull. Instead, there's a kind of stillness that makes you aware of your own pulse. And then you notice the current. It isn't strong, but it's unnerving. The water moves in long, even pulses, as though inhaling and exhaling through the entire trench. What's stranger is that the current doesn't carry anything with it. Silt, fish, even drifting debris from the surface remain in place, swaying gently as if caught in a dream. But you feel it on your skin and in your bones, a steady pull and release, over and over, as though the trench itself is breathing. Divers have reported the sensation of passing through invisible corridors in the water, like walking between tall, unseen walls. The currents are narrower in some stretches, wide in others, but always perfectly straight. Turn sideways, and you can slip free. Turn back, and you'll find yourself moving along another parallel channel, without meaning to. The strange part is how the channels sometimes lead you back to the same spot, marked by an oddly smooth pillar of stone that rises from the trench floor. The pillar is hollow, with small openings that seem to exhale the current in slow measured bursts. An early expedition placed markers along the channels to map their pattern. The markers vanished within hours. The team assumed they'd drifted away, until a submersible found them later, stacked neatly in a hollow at the base of a similar pillar several kilometers away. The positioning was too deliberate to be chance. The markers were arranged in a spiral that narrowed inward until the last was tucked at the center, like the kernel of a shell. The hollows inside the pillars are wider than they appear from outside, and some extend deep enough that lights can't find the bottom. Drop a weighted line, and it will sway with the current until the pull simply stops, as if the hollow leads into a space too vast for tension to carry. Sonar aimed down one of these hollows once returned a reading that suggested open water, far more than could exist inside any single pillar, as though the hollow were a doorway, leading somewhere the instruments couldn't measure. One crew decided to listen instead of look. They lowered hydrophones into multiple hollows and found the currents produced tones, not random noise, but notes in a sequence. Each pillar had its own pattern, like a voice speaking in long, patient syllables. The sequence is repeated every few hours, but never in the same order twice. Some of the tones were so low they were felt more than heard, rattling the sub's hull faintly, like a distant drumbeat. Stories from old captains suggest that if you follow the hollow current long enough, it will take you to a place where the trench narrows and the water itself seems to fall away beneath you. They call it the drop without edges. Those who've been there describe a sensation like floating in the middle of an immense room, with the walls so far away you can't see them. The current here is strongest, pushing and pulling as though urging you toward the unseen walls. One diver swore that in the dim light he saw shapes along those walls, arches, doorways and pillars, just like the ones in the trench, but on a scale that made their earlier discoveries feel like toys. Speculation is endless. Some believe the hollow current is the respiratory system of a vast buried life form. Others think it's a circulation network, carrying water between distant parts of the ocean in channels older than any map. And there are a few who suggest that the pillars are simply sentries, marking the entrance to something even larger, something that inhales the sea in great slow breaths, and exhales it back changed in ways we cannot yet see. Whatever it is, those who felt the hollow current never quite shake the memory of it. They say it lingers in the body, surfacing in dreams, where you wake to find yourself swaying gently, as if the ocean is still breathing you in and out. Sindral Bay is calm most of the year, a crescent of green-blue water, hugged between two low headlands. Fishermen anchor here, overnight, without worry, except when the bell veil comes in. It is not tied to the tide, or the season, though some say it happens more often under a thin moon. The warning sign is always the same. The water goes still, even in a breeze, and the sound of the shore dulls as if cotton were pressed into your ears. Then a pale haze forms just beneath the surface, rolling in from the bay's mouth, like an underwater fog. The haze is made of thousands, sometimes millions, of bell-shaped forms. Each one is the size of a coin, translucent with faintly ribbed edges, and they drift together as if pushed by a single thought. Their undersides are fringed with thread-like tendrils that pulse gently, trailing into the dark. When light hits them, the bells glow faintly, though not evenly. Pulses of brightness travel through the swarm in ripples, as though messages were being passed from one to the next. Fishermen who've been caught inside the Bell Veil speak of an uncanny hush. The water absorbs sound, deadening even the slap of waves against the hull. Voices drop away to whispers that feel swallowed before they travel a meter. One captain described hearing his own breathing inside his ears, louder than the engine. The bells move slowly around the boat, never colliding with one another, parting just enough to avoid contact, and closing in again behind. Divers have ventured into the Bell Veil, though few stay long. Inside, visibility shrinks to arm's length. The bells press close, their movements synchronous, opening and closing their delicate rims in the same rhythm. The tendrils never tangle. Touch one, and the bell contracts sharply before drifting away. But if you hold still, the bells draw closer, hovering inches from skin or mask, their glow intensifying until it outlines your shape in the surrounding fog. Some divers claim to have felt vibrations along their bones when this happens, as if the bells were listening through touch. On one documented occasion, a research team suspended hydrophones inside the veil and recorded a faint, continuous tone, almost too high to hear. The tone shifted in slow, deliberate steps, forming a pattern that repeated several times before fading. Playback of the recording outside the bay caused an unusual reaction. When the sound was played underwater at low volume, small groups of the bells appeared from the open sea and gathered near the source, pulsing in time with the tone before drifting away again. There is a story among Sindral's older families about a boat that entered the veil and did not leave until morning. The crew reported no trouble until they realized the sky was wrong. Constellations were in unfamiliar positions, and the coastline seemed subtly altered, as though shifted a few kilometers. They found their way home eventually, but the harbor clock and every timepiece aboard read hours that made no sense. Even their catch was strange, fish with markings none of them recognized, and a jellyfish whose bells were patterned in neat concentric circles like the rings of a tree. Theories about the Bell Veil's purpose vary. Some say the bells are a migrating species that uses the bay as a gathering point for mating or feeding, their glow and tone part of a larger communication system. Others suspect the bells are fragments of a much larger organism, each piece acting as a sensory unit feeding data back to an unseen whole. And then there's the darker idea, that the veil is a lure, not for food, but for memory. That the bells take something intangible from those inside, time, orientation, even the sense of belonging to the same sea they entered. Sailors give the Bell Veil its space. They've learned that once the haze rolls in, you drop anchor, cut the engine, and wait in silence. No sudden movements, no shouts, no lights over the side. Eventually the veil drifts back toward the open sea, the water clears, and sound returns like a tide. But those who've been inside swear that for hours afterward, they still feel the faint pulse of the bells in their chest, an echo that fades only when the memory does. Aramore Chasm is not especially wide, but it is deep in a way that feels intentional. Its walls fall in near-perfect symmetry, chalked with pale bands like the rings of a tree. From the surface, the water over it looks ordinary, a mild swell, the usual wind scratches, the occasional drifting weed. Then your instruments begin to lie. Speed over ground slows without drop in engine power. Depth ticks up and down in even steps, and the compass needle starts to shiver as if counting. Crews who know the region say that's when you've crossed the face of the tide clock. No one sees the clock at first. You feel it, a regular tug rolling through the hull every few seconds, gentle as a breath on the back of the neck. Drop a buoy and it will drift, pause and drift again in the same rhythm, as though guided by an unseen hand tapping it forward. The tugs are not tidal surges in the usual sense. They are pulses, measured, clean, and so consistent that you could set a metronome to them. Sailors do sometimes. They don't like what happens when the metronome falls into perfect step. The structure itself reveals only when lights rake the central well. There, suspended between the walls like the rim of a great bell, hangs a ring of pale ribbed plates, each the length of a small skiff. The ring does not quite touch the rock. It floats held by dozens of slender struts that vanish into the dark above and below. Each plate can tilt independently, opening and closing along a fine seam. When a plate opens, the water above the ring bows downward as if pressed by a thumb. When it closes, the water relaxes. Watch long enough and you see the pattern. The plates open in sequence around and around the ring, sweeping a pressure wave that climbs the chasm like a slow spinning gear. Divers who have approached close describe a hush that forms around the ring. Their own bubbles veer aside, drawn into spiral paths that curl upward and vanish like smoke in wind. The plates are not smooth. Fine grooves run across them in spirals, and within each groove, hair-thin cilia quiver in the current. Touch a groove with a gloved finger and the cilia flatten, feeling oddly warm through the suit. The plate beneath flexes as though testing the weight of your hand, then returns to its previous angle. The ring never stops turning, even when storms stampede over the chasm, and the surface bucks like a thrown deck. The clock keeps time, its sweep unbothered, its rhythm immaculate. An expedition once lowered a cylindrical probe through the ring's center to measure the pulses. The device drifted smoothly, ticking through each pressure crest like a second hand passing the marks on a watch. At 100 meters below the ring, the probe's light showed more plates, another ring, larger, turning in the opposite direction. At 200 meters, a third ring, larger still, returned the sweep to the original spin. Down and down the cylinder went, the chasm blooming into a stack of counter-rotating crowns, each sending its pulse up and down the shaft. The crew lost nerve at 5 rings and hauled back. The probe returned with the faintest spiral etched along its casing, a shallow groove that when traced, led nowhere, and yet never repeated the same route twice. There are quieter encounters. A surveyor set a lead weight on a nylon line, and let it hang for an hour. When he reeled it in, the line came back in coils, perfect even loops with no twist set by hand. Another captain dropped a drift net that should have hung straight. The net rose in gathered pleats, as if the water had folded it into a fan. A diver clipped a strobe to a steel rod, and wedged it between 2 plates. The strobe flashed in step with the ring for several minutes, then fell out of phase. The ring's plates slowed. One by one they waited for the flash to catch, as if offering the light a chance to remember the beat. When it did not, they resumed their sweep, and the strobe winked out entirely. The batteries were fine, the bulb was fine, the light simply refused to shine again within the chasm. Speculation stacks like driftwood. Some say the tide clock is a breathing apparatus for a buried organism, pumping water through lungs that span the chasm's length. Others argue it is a migration gate, smoothing currents into lanes that guide plankton and larvae like the grooves of a phonograph guides sound. A few whisper that the clock is older than the chasm, a machine that calcified into flesh, or flesh that learned to keep time, and that the rock slumped around it the way sand builds up against a standing stone. There is one more theory sailors share only after a long night. They say the clock does not measure water, it measures us. The rhythm presses against your chest until your heart mimics it. Your breath finds its sweep. Voices aboard sync unconsciously. Shouted orders arrive on the same beat. Even arguments pause in the same tiny space before the next pulse. If you linger long enough, you dream in ticks. You wake at the edge of each pressure wave the way you sometimes wake a breath before a storm hits. And when you finally steam away, and the engine's rumble drowns the subtle tug, there is a moment, a long thin moment, when the sea feels wrong, like a room after a grandfather clock has been carried out. The old hands warn newcomers not to count with it. Mark your time somewhere else. Hum a tune out of step. Tap your thumb on your wrist at a stubborn broken tempo, because it's a pleasant trap to march in time with something that has marched longer than your charts remember. And if your last sound aboard Aramore is your heart answering the ring, the clock will keep it. One more beat tucked neatly into the sweep of its silent turning face. Coral Rift is a narrow wound in the seafloor, its edges sharp and sheer, as though something had split the earth cleanly in one strike. From above, it appears as a black ribbon cutting through the pale sand flats, flanked by rows of spindly corals that sway in the current. But when night falls, the rift becomes something else entirely. Along its length, points of light begin to glow, small at first, like distant stars, then brightening into a steady chain. These lights are not random. They follow the rift's jagged path, in a perfect unbroken line, sometimes dipping deep into the chasm, sometimes rising almost to the surface before plunging again. The locals call it the lantern spine. The light sources are strange. Divers who have approached them describe vertical rods of bone-like material, each capped with a bulb that glows from within. The rods are anchored into the rock, flexible enough to sway with the current, but firm enough to resist pulling. The bulbs aren't glassy like fish lures. They have a texture like living skin, warm to the touch and faintly pulsing, as though a heart beats within each one. When touched, the bulbs brighten sharply, and the ones nearest respond in sequence, sending a ripple of light down the rift like a fuse burning in slow motion. The glow fades after a minute, but some divers have seen the bulbs stay lit far longer if the touch is repeated in a particular rhythm, as though the lantern spine can be taught a pattern. Marine biologists have speculated the rods might be part of a colonial organism, each light a sensory node, feeding information to something deeper in the rift. This theory grew stronger after an unmanned sub sent a controlled light pulse through a section of the spine. Minutes later, a pulse of light returned, traveling back along the rift, from a distance too far for any normal bioluminescent signal to carry in that time. There are warnings too. A trawler once dragged a weighted net across the rift and snagged several of the rods. The bulbs along the snagged section flared intensely, then every light along the rift went dark at once. The darkness lasted for hours, and when the lights returned, they were dimmer, flickering irregularly, like lanterns in wind. Days later, fishermen found the trawler's net on the seabed, torn into long even strips, as if sliced by something impossibly sharp. Some claim the lantern spine isn't fixed at all, that the lights can shift position. A survey from one year shows certain bulbs in places they were not the year before, and their spacing is always exact, as if measured with care. The unsettling part is that when the bulbs move, they leave behind bare, perfect sockets in the rock, as if whatever grew there pulled itself free without breaking. Stories from old divers speak of the lights forming shapes, simple ones at first, like curves or spirals, but sometimes unmistakable outlines, the silhouette of a fish, the arc of a wave, even crude human forms. One tale describes a diver who swam too far into the rift at night. The lights behind him shifted, closing into a ring, cutting off his exit until he swam deeper. When he emerged hours later, the lights opened again, but the pattern they formed as he left was a slow pulsing spiral, one that matched the tattoo on his forearm. He never returned to the rift. A Mauritian to the rift. To the few who still fish near call, the lantern spine is a guide and a warning. The lights will lead you, but they will also follow you. And if you stay long enough, you might start to feel they're spelling something out, patiently, deliberately, waiting for the moment you understand. Far out from any known reef lies a patch of shallow water. Sailors call the Glassback Shoal. From the air, it's a strange sight, clear turquoise, dotted with shifting silver streaks that twist and vanish, as if the sun itself were refracting in slow spirals. On calm days, you can peer straight down to the sandy floor and see the source, a moving carpet of creatures that resemble fish, only in the vaguest sense. Each one is shaped like a long curved shard, their backs arched and translucent like polished glass. When the light hits them, they don't just shine, they bend the water's glow into dancing patterns across the sand. They swim in perfect formation, each shard keeping an identical distance from its neighbor, moving as one organism, rather than many. The effect is hypnotic, a living, breathing mirror that shifts with every heartbeat of the sea. Divers who descend into the shoal report an eerie quiet. Even the natural sounds of the ocean, clicking shrimp, distant calls of whales, seem muted. The glassbacks themselves make no noise, yet they react instantly to movement, swim toward them too quickly, and the shoal parts around you in a smooth arc, the gap closing silently behind. Some divers describe a faint vibration in their chest, while among them, like the tremor you feel near a powerful engine, though there's nothing visible to cause it. Closer inspection reveals more unsettling details. Beneath their arched backs, each creature has a cluster of fine, hair-like filaments trailing downward, almost invisible unless lit directly. When a filament brushes skin, it leaves behind a faint cold sensation that lingers for hours. Under magnification, the filaments appear coated in a film of microscopic prisms, each refracting light at slightly different angles. Scientists suspect these prisms might be the key to their coordinated movement, reflecting signals invisibly through the shoal. One unmanned drone recorded something stranger still. At night, the glassbacks remain invisible until a specific flash of bioluminescence sweeps across the formation from one end to the other. The flash repeats every few minutes, always in the same sequence of intervals, short, short, long, short, before fading completely. No other marine species in the area responds to it, suggesting it's a language meant only for themselves. Local fishermen have their own tales. Nets cast into the shoal come back empty, no matter how carefully set. Hooks are stripped of bait without a tug on the line. And there's one story, passed quietly between crews, of a diver who swam with the shoal for over an hour, mesmerized, until his air supply was nearly gone. When he surfaced, the shore he'd been anchored near was gone, replaced by an unfamiliar coastline. He swore the shoal had been moving the whole time, not just around him, but with him, carrying him somewhere else without him realizing it. Some believe the glassbacks are not fish at all, but fragments of a much larger being that once drifted whole across the seas. Others think they're scouts, mapping the seafloor in patterns too subtle for us to read. And then there's the unsettling idea that the shoal isn't here for food or migration at all, it's here to look back at us. The way light bends through their bodies, always redirecting toward a central point, deep within the shoal, suggests they may be focusing what they see, sending it somewhere else entirely. Approach them, and you might catch your own reflection distorted across a dozen curving backs, your shape pulled thin, bent into lines that ripple away into the group, until you can't tell where you end and they begin. Leave too quickly, and the patterns fade. Stay too long, and you may find the shoal's movements subtly echoing yours, like a reflection in water that learns how to lead instead of follow. Black Mire Trench lies far beyond common shipping routes, marked on charts only as a depth so extreme that even sonar struggles to return a clear profile. The water above it is unusually calm for open sea, but beneath that stillness runs something the crews call the hollow current, a moving emptiness that behaves unlike any known flow. It begins subtly. Instruments record a sudden drop in water density, as though something lighter than seawater has passed beneath. The hull feels it too, a momentary lift, almost pleasant, followed by an unnerving sense of being drawn forward without propulsion. Look over the side, and you'll see nothing but darkness, though some claim they've caught fleeting shapes in the gloom, outlines that bend away before the eye can settle on them. Diving into the hollow current is a risk few take twice. Those who do return speak of a sensation like falling horizontally, vision warping at the edges, as if the water itself were leaning into a slope. Small particles, instead of drifting randomly, stream in long, perfectly parallel lines, all flowing in the same direction. Try to swim against it, and you'll find no resistance, yet you'll make no progress. Turn to follow, and the current carries you faster than you expect, always toward the trench. One expedition lowered a neutrally buoyant sensor into the current. For several minutes it transmitted normal readings, temperature, salinity, pressure, before abruptly reporting values that made no physical sense. Negative pressures, inverted salinity gradients, and a velocity far exceeding known deep-water streams. Then the signal cut out. The sensor was later recovered intact, but its memory held a looping fragment of video, a dark corridor lined with faint pale rings, each shrinking slightly toward a vanishing point. The most unsettling encounters happen when the hollow current rises closer to the surface. Entire schools of fish are swept into it without struggle, vanishing into the deep, as though they've been pulled into a tunnel. Whales have been seen lingering at its edges, emitting low, mournful calls that echo unnaturally in the water, as if bouncing off distant walls. Sailors who've drifted too near say the sea itself begins to sound hollow. Engine noise takes on a metallic resonance. Voices feel thin and distant, and even the slap of waves against the hull loses weight. Local legend claims the current is not water moving at all, but a vast living siphon, a feeding mechanism for something anchored deep in Black Mire Trench. The rings seen on the recovered video are, in this telling, the throat's inner ridges, each flexing to draw prey further in. Others think it's a remnant of some ancient geological shift, a tunnel carved straight through the seafloor to a distant basin, with the current acting as its invisible conveyor. The most chilling theory comes from a deep-sea acoustics team. They recorded hours of the hollow current sound profile, expecting random turbulence. Instead, the spectrogram showed a repeating pattern, an ultra-low pulse every few minutes, far below human hearing, but consistent as a heartbeat. When played back at increased speed, it resembled a slow, deliberate series of knocks, each separated by long pauses. Some suggest these aren't knocks at all, but the closing of valves, or perhaps the deliberate signaling of something patient, waiting in the dark. For now, ships give the hollow current a wide berth. The surface may seem calm, but once your keel drifts over that unseen flow, you may feel the quiet lift, the tilt, and the draw. And once it has you, even turning away may simply mean you've been allowed to leave, this time. Harrow Shoals is a patch of deceptively shallow water, surrounded by deep channels, marked by a pale sandbar that appears and vanishes with the tides. On calm days, the bottom looks uniform, smooth sand rippling under gentle currents. But those who linger long enough notice the darker patches scattered across the floor, each about the size of a small boat. They look harmless from above, but the locals call them marfields. The name comes from what happens when something drifts too close. The dark patch suddenly flexes, the sand above collapsing inward, as though a trapdoor has opened. Fish, crabs, even large rays vanish in seconds, leaving only a cloud of disturbed silt that drifts away on the current. Once the sand resettles, there's no sign anything ever happened, just a smooth patch again, waiting. Divers who have examined marfields describe a wide circular depression, lined with what appear to be concentric folds of flesh, each covered in short, stiff bristles. At the center lies a slit no wider than a handspan. When triggered, the folds contract in sequence, the slit widening into a vertical gash that swallows water and anything in it with startling speed. The bristles point inward, making retreat nearly impossible for anything caught inside. Some believe the marfields are ambush predators, lying buried until prey passes above, but their sheer number across Harrow Shoals has led others to suspect something more coordinated, a colony linked beneath the sand by tunnels or shared tissue. One diver swears he saw two marfields open in perfect unison on opposite sides of the shoal, as if responding to the same unseen signal. Marine biologists once attempted to lure one into action using a weighted bait cage. As the cage drifted over the patch, the depression opened, but instead of snapping shut, it stayed open, just long enough for the divers to glimpse what lay below. They reported seeing a vertical shaft, ribbed and pulsing, descending into darkness, far deeper than the surrounding seabed should allow. The cage was yanked down and vanished. When the team tried to measure the depth, their line ran out at 50 meters without hitting bottom. Theories abound. Some claim the marfields are the surface openings of a single colossal organism sprawled beneath the shoals, each patch a mouth leading to the same body. Others think they're independent creatures, sharing a network of signals through pressure changes in the sand. A more unsettling idea is that the shafts don't end in stomachs at all, but connect to a cavern system where captured prey is stored, alive, until needed. There's one more detail that unsettles those who've worked the area. After a large feeding event, the marfields seem to breathe, rising and falling slightly, in time with the tide, but not quite matching it. The water around them warms by a fraction of a degree, and faint tremors ripple through the sand, like the twitching of something just beneath the skin. Sailors give Harrow Shoals a wide berth, not only for the marfields, but for the way the place feels. Some speak of an odd stillness in the air above it, a muted quality to sound that makes even the crash of waves seem distant. And there are whispers of larger shapes, seen at the edges of the shoals, shadows that never come close, as though herding the unwary toward the waiting patches. Whether predator, colony, or something stranger, The Marfield remains one of the ocean's most silent hunters, perfectly still until the moment it moves, and then gone before you can understand what you've seen. Calder Deep is a circular basin in the middle of otherwise flat seabed, its rim sloping down into a darkness that swallows light faster than normal water should. Sonar shows the basin as an almost perfect bowl, its walls smooth and curved, with no ledges or breaks. But what has made the place infamous among deep-sea crews is not its shape, it's the sound. Those who've lowered hydrophones into Calder Deep report hearing faint, harmonic tones that rise and fall in slow, deliberate cycles. They aren't random like whale song or the chatter of dolphins. They follow patterns always in threes, with a pause before the sequence repeats. Even stranger, the tones seem to change based on the listener's position. Move the hydrophone a few meters, and the sound warps, sometimes vanishing entirely, other times becoming so strong it distorts the recording. Divers who've braved the rim at night describe seeing faint rings of light forming along the basin's inner walls. The rings are thin at first, no more than a shimmer, but grow brighter in time with the tones. As each ring brightens, it appears to shift slightly inward, as though tightening around something unseen at the center. The light doesn't seem to come from the rock or water. It's as if the darkness itself is glowing in thin, perfect bands. Some believe the rings are a form of deep-sea bioluminescence from an organism embedded in the basin wall, reacting to vibrations in the water. Others think they're an optical effect caused by pressure changes, or even microbubbles. But a few point out that the phenomenon happens only when the harmonic tones are present, and that the tones sometimes change in response to loud noises from the surface, as though listening and replying. One research submersible once descended along the wall, following the glow. As it reached deeper levels, the rings began to pulse more quickly, the tones growing louder and more complex. Then the sub's instruments began to fail. Compasses spun, depth readings fluctuated wildly, and video feeds dissolved into static. The crew aborted the dive, and as they rose the rings faded, the tones thinning until they vanished. There are unsettling stories from surface vessels too. Some crews report hearing the tones without any equipment, faint, almost imagined, yet impossible to ignore. On one night, a fishing trawler anchored above Calder Deep claimed that every metal object on board began to resonate faintly, from winch cables to cutlery. The vibration grew until the crew could feel it in their bones, and then as suddenly as it started, it stopped. When they checked their depth sounder, they realized they'd drifted almost perfectly over the basin's center. Local legends cast the siren rings not as natural at all, but as a lure. The basin, they say, is a mouth disguised as geology, the glowing rings its teeth, and the tones the song that draws prey. Those who believe this warn that the deeper you follow the light and sound, the closer you come to a point where escape is no longer possible, not because you're trapped physically, but because something in the tones convinces you not to leave. The eeriest detail comes from a handful of accounts that claim the tones have spoken, not in words, but in sequences of notes that repeated exactly the rhythms of sounds made on deck above, hammer strikes, clanging chains, even bursts of laughter. The repetition always came with a delay, as though whatever was beneath was replaying the sound after considering it. To most, Calder Deep remains a curiosity, a place to steer clear of on the way to somewhere else. But for those who've hovered at its edge and heard the slow, measured rise and fall of the tones, the memory lingers. The sound follows them into sleep, carrying the faint impression of lightless rings tightening in the dark, circling something waiting far below. Nareth Strait is a narrow ribbon of water between two sheer, cliff-faced islands. The current there is notoriously unpredictable, shifting from glassy stillness to violent whirlpools in moments. But what makes it feared among mariners is the veil, a phenomenon that seems more like a living wall than any weather or tide. On certain days, usually in the early hours before the sun fully breaks the horizon, a pale shimmer appears across the water's surface between the cliffs. It starts faint, like the mirage over a hot road, then thickens until it forms an unbroken curtain of haze that stretches from shore to shore. Through it the world beyond appears blurred and distorted, shapes bending at impossible angles, colors drained to muted blues and grays, Approaching the veil is unsettling. The closer you get, the more the air takes on a heavy stillness, as if sound itself is muffled. Engines strain without reason, and even paddling feels sluggish. Touching the veil with an oar or hand produces a sensation described as neither wet nor dry, but a dense humming resistance, like pushing into taut fabric that yields just enough to let you through. Few who've passed through willingly speak of what they saw inside. One fishing crew claims the strait beyond the veil looked wrong. Distances stretched unnaturally, and the cliffs seemed to lean inward over the water. The sea beneath them was darker, almost black, and their compass needles spun in slow circles. They tried to turn back, but the veil had shifted behind them, sealing off the passage they came through. There are accounts of strange silhouettes moving within the haze before it fully forms. Long ribbon-like shapes that undulate just below the surface, sometimes breaking into separate strands before merging again. These shapes never seem to breach, but they stir the water with enough force to rock small boats. When the veil dissipates, the shapes vanish entirely. A research attempt to map the veil's formation recorded something unusual. Moments before it appeared, underwater microphones picked up a low-frequency hum lasting nearly a full minute, followed by a sharp drop in salinity across the strait. The change reversed once the veil lifted, as if whatever caused it had pulled something from the water itself. Some speculate the veil is a mass of microscopic organisms that gather in such density, they alter the light and water flow around them, forming a temporary barrier. Others believe it's a reaction to some deep current below, a defense mechanism triggered by the movement of larger unknown life. A few, drawing from the old tales of the strait, insist it's a lure, that beyond the curtain lies not the same sea, but a different one entirely. One of the most chilling stories comes from a sailor who swore he passed through the veil twice in a single day, once heading out, and again when returning hours later. But when he checked his navigation logs, the return trip had taken far longer than the charts allowed, and the tide on his home shore was wrong for the time of day. His ship's clock was still ticking normally, but the date was one day ahead. Whether it's a natural quirk of current and light, or the boundary of something stranger, the Veil of Narrow Strait remains an enigma. Ships that see it now tend to wait it out, anchored at a respectful distance, watching the pale curtain hang across the water until it thins, shivers and fades, revealing a passage that looks exactly as it should. But for those who've crossed, there's always the question, did they truly come back through to the same sea? Orvind Rise is a jagged seamount that climbs from deep ocean floor to within 100 meters of the surface, its slopes cloaked in coral and swarming fish. But at night, the rise takes on an entirely different presence. Divers and submersible crews speak of the Lantern Moor, an immense glowing pattern that appears in the water above its summit, like a constellation suspended in the dark. The lights begin faintly, scattered in no clear arrangement. Then, over the course of minutes, they align into two sweeping arcs, each curve mirroring the other, with a dark void between them. As the pattern brightens, the arcs seem to pull apart, revealing a central column of pale, shifting light that reaches down toward the seamount's crest. The whole formation pulses rhythmically, the glow dimming and brightening in waves that some claim they can feel in their chest. Approaching the Lantern Moor is dangerous. Fish schools vanish completely within a wide perimeter, and even the ever-present drift of plankton seems to thin as you near the glow. Sonar readings taken during these events often fail entirely, returning only flat, featureless returns, as if the water itself were erasing all signals. Those who've dared to swim closer report a disorienting sense of scale. The arcs seem to curve away into distance, no matter how close you are, and the central column feels both far away and directly in front of you. One submersible crew tried to follow the column down toward the seamount. As they descended, the light intensified, but their external cameras began to pick up strange distortions, curved shadows sweeping across the frame, as though something vast and translucent was moving just outside the field of view. Then, without warning, the lights collapsed inward, the arcs folding toward the column until all that remained was a single brilliant point. In the same instant, a shockwave rolled through the water, shoving the submersible back several meters. No one is sure what triggers the lantern moore's appearance. Some think it's a mating display from a deep-dwelling predator, using the lights to draw prey upward. Others suggest it's a feeding lure, the arcs mimicking the shape of a mouth from below. The darkest theory is that the lights aren't emitted by a creature at all, but are window's thin layers of bioluminescent tissue masking an opening into something far larger, with the arcs as the ridges of its jaw. Fishermen in the region avoid Orvind Rise entirely after sunset, but there are stories from older crews about ships anchored near the glow. In these accounts, the water around the hull begins to hum faintly, and the glow reflects off the underside of the waves in shifting patterns that seem to move toward the ship. Some say they've heard deep, slow vibrations beneath the surface just before the lights vanish, followed by sudden powerful currents pulling away from the rise, as though something immense had just retreated into the depths. There's one unsettling detail from a diver who surfaced near the lantern moore's glow. As he rose, he looked down one last time, and swore the arcs of light shifted to face him directly, the curve tightening until they formed an almost perfect circle around where he floated. It didn't move closer, it didn't vanish, it simply held that shape until he broke the surface, and could see no more. Whether predator, lure or something beyond comprehension, the lantern moor remains one of the ocean's most haunting sights, its glowing arcs a question without an answer, hanging weightless in the black water, waiting for the next curious gaze to drift too close. The fishermen of Varela Gulf tell of a presence they call the glassback, a creature so rarely seen in full that its name comes from the single part most witnesses agree upon. A broad, translucent ridge that breaks the surface, like the dorsal plate of a shipwrecked hull. In daylight, the ridge appears faintly greenish, catching the sun in a way that refracts light into shimmering bands. At night, under moonlight, it glows faintly from within, as if lit by a lantern buried under layers of ice. The glassback is not a regular visitor. It surfaces only in dead calm conditions, when the Gulf's notorious crosswinds have stilled, and the water lies flat as polished stone. First comes the ripple, wide, slow, and too uniform to be the wake of a fish. Then the ridge emerges, moving without haste, but with an undeniable weight beneath it, pushing a low swell ahead. Those who've seen it up close say the ridge is perfectly smooth, without barnacles or scars, and so clear in places that the light bends through it like thick glass. Beneath, dim shapes shift in ways that confuse the eye, sometimes like long finned limbs, other times like coils sliding over one another. The body it belongs to has never been measured, but estimates from wake patterns suggest something far longer than the largest known whales. Once a pearl diving team claimed the glassback passed directly under their boat in shallow water. Through the clear ridge, they saw what looked like an array of slow-turning discs embedded within, each etched with spiraling grooves. These discs rotated in unison, and the water around them vibrated with a low thrumming pressure. The divers surfaced quickly, but the sensation in their chests lingered for hours, like the fading hum after standing near a great engine. One unsettling behavior reported is the glassback's habit of paralleling ships at a distance, matching their speed exactly for long stretches without surfacing more than once. Crews say the ridge dips and rises again in a slow rhythm, as if the creature is studying them from below. On 2 occasions, fishing nets lowered in its path were retrieved sliced clean through, not torn, not snagged, but as though cut by a single perfect blade. Marine biologists suggest it might be an undiscovered species of giant ray or armored fish, the ridge a protective structure evolved for deep water survival. But the locals insist it is older and stranger, pointing to legends of a windowback beast that once ferried smaller creatures on its spine into deep trenches, vanishing for decades before returning to the same waters. The most chilling story comes from a night when a cargo vessel stalled mid-Gulf. As the crew worked the engines, a soft glow appeared beneath the hull, spreading outward in an oval. Slowly the glassback's ridge broke the surface beside them, longer than the entire beam of the ship, and held its place, the glow beneath flickering in slow pulses. Then, without a sound, it slid beneath the vessel, and the glow faded into the black. Minutes later, the engines restarted without explanation. To this day, The glassback is both feared and revered. Some see it as a guardian of the Gulf, its appearances coinciding with calm weather and rich fishing days. Others warn it is only curious for now, that the clear ridge is a shield, not a lure, and that one day it might rise not alongside a ship, but directly beneath one. Astrofold Trench is a sheer-sided gash in the seafloor, its walls dropping so steeply that even modern mapping struggles to capture its full depth. Ships crossing above it often speak of the water taking on a darker, heavier hue, as if the surface itself were holding its breath. And Selva Reach, Uimegery defile the master fares, and to warb and to sowen she resemble. Wind is Migov, but what gives the trench its place in whispered charts is the shrouded Leviathan, a presence sensed long before it is ever seen. Encounters usually begin with a strange dimming, even under clear skies. The light seems to flatten, stripping the water of reflection, leaving it dull and matte. Then comes the shadow, broad, slow, and utterly silent, sliding beneath the vessel. At first it seems like the passing of a cloud, until one realizes there are no clouds above. Those few who have seen more than a silhouette describe the Leviathan as cloaked in a dense, tattered mantle of living material, strings and sheets of pale, drifting filaments that trail far behind it, swaying as though in their own current. These filaments are not passive. Several accounts say they retract suddenly when disturbed, pulling tight against the body in a ripple, as though sensing touch. The creature's true outline is obscured by this shifting shroud, but glimpses through the gaps reveal a body of immense girth, the surface patterned with slow pulses of faint light. Observers say the light is never constant. It moves in looping paths, spiraling across the shrouded mass, as though tracing some unknown circuit. Perhaps most unsettling is the silence. Large marine animals often make noise. Whale calls, the crack of hunting dolphins, even the deep booms of distant squid. The shrouded Leviathan produces nothing. Not a single hydrophone reading has ever caught it vocalizing. But divers working near the trench have reported sudden pressure in their ears and chests, as if something enormous had passed close by, stirring the water without sound. A deep diving survey drone once descended into Astrofold's upper shelf during a rare calm window. The footage, while partly obscured by drifting silt, shows the lights of the Leviathan passing in front of the camera, first distant, then so close they fill the entire frame. The lights are not uniform. They form intricate, interlocking arcs that shift in pattern as they move, almost like writing. Then the feed cuts, not from equipment failure, but from the drone's tether being severed cleanly. Theories vary wildly. Some suggest the mantle is a form of camouflage, disguising the true body beneath as a mass of drifting debris. Others believe it to be a sensory organ, feeling for vibrations across vast distances. A darker idea, whispered by the most superstitious crews, is that the shroud is made from the remains of creatures the Leviathan has consumed, bound to it in some parasitic relationship. One tale, passed among long-haul captains, tells of a research vessel that once followed the Leviathan for nearly 3 hours. During that time, the creature never broke the surface, never altered its slow, deliberate path. But when the ship finally turned away, a fragment of the shroud broke loose and drifted up. It was retrieved, a pale, translucent strip, tougher than any known organic material, warm to the touch despite hours in cold water. The fragment was locked in storage. Days later, it was gone, leaving the hatch unbroken. To the people who work these waters, the shrouded Leviathan is not a beast to be hunted or studied. It is a reminder that some lives move in a scale of both size and time far beyond our own, and that even in the deepest darkness, there are things that watch without ever revealing their true form. The Marath Abyss is a place where currents vanish. Ships drifting across its position report a strange slackness in the water, as if the ocean there has forgotten to move. Sonar scans show an immense depression below, its floor lost in shifting thermoclines that bend sound and light alike. But what makes the place feared is the spiral behemoth, a presence that seems to twist the sea itself into its pattern. The first sign is a slow rotation of the water at the surface. It doesn't resemble a whirlpool, There's no violent pull, no frothing edge, just a measured, deliberate spin as though something deep below is turning. Fish scatter from the area, and even seabirds refuse to pass directly overhead. The rotation widens gradually, its center marked by a subtle upwelling of colder, greener water. From here the accounts split. Some describe seeing immense pale shapes rising in coils beneath the surface, each banded with a faint, luminescent pattern that moves independently of the body's motion. Others claim the shapes are not flesh at all, but columns of water bending inward toward a hidden core. Either way, the scale is staggering. Circles so wide they could encircle entire ships, all revolving in perfect synchronization. One deep-sea surveyor dropped a camera rig into the center of the spiral. For the first 100 meters, visibility was clear, empty green fading to blue. Then without warning, a massive curve of something passed across the lens, blotting out the light. The surface was smooth, almost glassy, but patterned with glowing lines that curled inwards, each line breaking into smaller spirals within. The camera feed began to distort as the spirals shifted, and seconds later, the cable went slack. When they hauled it back, the rig was intact but coated in a thin, slippery film that resisted analysis. The spiral behemoth doesn't always vanish after surfacing. Several times, ships anchored near the Marath abyss have reported the water around them beginning to rotate, drawing them slowly toward the center without any wind or current to account for the motion. Anchors strain, chains creak, but the pull continues until, without warning, it stops, leaving the vessel sitting in unnervingly calm water once again. Some scientists argue the phenomenon is a massive, slow-moving upwelling driven by geological forces deep below the trench, and the shapes are illusions caused by temperature gradients and light refraction. But the patterns, perfect spirals within spirals, shifting in deliberate, unhurried ways, suggest an intelligence or at least an instinct for order. The most unsettling report comes from a cargo ship that lost power while crossing the abyss. As the crew worked below deck, they began to feel a faint vibration underfoot, steady, rhythmic, almost like a heartbeat. When they emerged, they found the ship had rotated in place several full turns without any swell to push it. One crewman swore he saw a massive spiraled eye open beneath the surface, its pupil contracting as it rolled away into the depths. Whether it's a predator, a territorial guardian, or something entirely outside the boundaries of known biology, the spiral behemoth leaves behind no debris, no kills, and no certain proof. It leaves only the image of a sea turning in perfect silent circles, patterns that might be mechanical, might be alive, or might be both at once. Brantham Deep is a steep-sided basin hidden in the shadow of a ridge of undersea cliffs. The water above it is unnervingly still, even when surrounding seas are restless, and sonar returns from its depths are often smeared with inexplicable interference. It is here that mariners speak of the iron-fin colossus, a creature that moves with the silence of a predator, but carries the mass of a drifting island. The name comes from its dorsal structure, an immense segmented fin that runs the length of its back, each section edged with metallic-looking plates that catch the light in flashes, like steel under a cutting torch. Witnesses say the fin is not rigid, it flexes and folds with the creature's movement, producing faint ripples along the surface when it rises. These ripples are too even, too perfectly spaced to be mistaken for anything but deliberate motion. Those who have been close enough to see beneath the fin describe a dark, immense body shaped somewhere between fish and submarine. The skin appears layered, overlapping in broad armored scales that glint with dull bronze undertones. The most unsettling detail is the absence of visible eyes. Instead, rows of narrow slits line the head and sides, each releasing a faint shimmer in the water, like heat distortion on land. Fishermen say the ironfin colossus doesn't strike like a whale or shark. Instead, it passes beneath its target, and then, moments later, a surge of water drags the vessel sideways, followed by a muffled groan from the hull, as if the very water is pulling in different directions at once. Nets drawn from these encounters often return shredded in long straight cuts, as though caught on sharpened metal, One research submersible attempted to shadow the Colossus along the edge of Brantham Deep. For several minutes, the creature swam slowly, its fin breaking the surface in regular intervals. Then, without warning, the sub's depth gauge began to climb rapidly. The crew reported a crushing pressure in their ears, not from depth change, but from the water itself vibrating in steady pulses. Before they could adjust course, the fin dipped beneath the surface entirely, and the Colossus descended into the trench at a speed their instruments could barely track. Theories about the ironfin's nature range from a deep-water predator with natural armor to a relic of prehistoric oceans. Its plated fin evolved to break through surface ice or defend against ancient leviathans. A few more speculative voices suggest the plates might not be biological at all, but mineral deposits or even remnants of shipwrecks fused into its body over centuries. Perhaps the most haunting account comes from a merchant crew that spotted the fin pacing their ship for nearly an hour at twilight. The sun had dipped low, turning the sea to molten copper, and in that light, the segmented fin shone with a deep, rusted red. The creature never surfaced fully, never altered its speed, just kept its position, as if escorting or warning them, until the Brantham Ridge fell away into open water. Then, with one slow flex, it vanished into the dark. To those who work the northern routes, the ironfin Colossus is less a myth than a landmark, a moving piece of the sea itself, and though its intentions remain unknown, the glint of its plated fin on a still horizon is enough to make even the most seasoned captain alter their course. Vesper Chasm is a long, knife-thin canyon that runs beneath a quiet patch of water, where the swell rarely crests. The surface looks harmless, a skin of grey-blue stretched tight over silence, but the crews who know it speak softly of the threaded maw. They say the chasm is not empty, it is laced. The first clue is a sound you don't hear so much as feel, a faint high-tension thrumming that seems to vibrate in your teeth. Lower a hydrophone, and the signal spikes into a clean, steady note, like a drawn wire. The tone rises and falls as though something plucked it, and then let it sing. Sonar returns go oddly striped, thin bands of absence stacked across the screen, as if the water were a harp of invisible strings. Divers entering Vesper's upper ledges describe water that resists in strange planes, soft to the touch one moment, taut the next. Reach forward, and your glove slides along nothing. Push harder and you meet a line that yields a millimeter, then no more. It doesn't cut, not at first. It presses back with a cold elasticity that tingles through the suit. Tilt your light, and the line appears, a hair-thin filament stretching from rock to rock, beaded here and there with tiny ovals that glow a subdued amber. These nodes pulse in turn, a slow metronome that runs away into the dark. The filaments are everywhere once you learn how to see them. They cross the chasm in layers, some taut as bowstrings, others looping in drifting arcs. Where two lines meet, a node hangs like a dewdrop, soft-looking, almost fragile. Tap one with a pole, and the amber brightens, then races along the thread in both directions, lighting intersection after intersection in a spreading wave. The whole web wakes, hums, then settles back to its patient dim. A survey sled with polymer runners once tried to creep along the chasm floor. The runners slid over the lowest threads without snagging, and the sled's cameras caught a mesmerizing sight. The filaments moving in slow choreography, tightening to lift the sled by a finger's width, then easing to set it down again. It was not a trap at first, it was a test. When the driver nudged the throttle, the sled's metal bracing brushed a line. Every node along that branch flared white, and the tone through the hydrophone jumped an octave. The sled lurched sideways as the web pulled with shockingly even force. The driver cut power, and the tension released in a smooth unspooling. The message was clear, no sudden movements, and no metal. Not everyone listens. A trawler once dragged a light anchor through the region. The line snagged, then held. When the crew heaved, the web answered. Filaments drew together, gathering the anchor like hands. The chain came up singing, a thin, eerie whine, and when it finally broke free, the last 10 meters were wrapped in fine, translucent thread. On deck, the threads looked wet and harmless. They weren't. A crewman brushed a coil aside, and earned a line across his glove that smoked for a heartbeat, and left the rubber glazed and brittle. The glove beneath was unmarked, but numb for hours. Biologists argue over what the maw is. Some frame it as a colonial organism, threads as muscles, nodes as ganglia, the whole network acting like the peripheral nerves of something larger sunk deeper in the chasm. Others propose a living trap engineered to harvest current, silt and unlucky creatures, tensioned lines that sense vibration and draw their catch inward to a throat hidden below. A third camp thinks in architecture, a builder that stitches the canyon to shape flow itself, guiding nutrient streams down to a buried body the way roots guide water to a tree. One ROV made it lower than most. It flew carefully, its metal wrapped in polymer, lights dimmed, the pilot advancing in tiny patient pulses. The web flexed to let it pass. At 100 meters, the filaments converged toward a slow twisting gyre in the canyon's center. There, the threads vanished into a soft-looking ring that dilated and contracted in long breaths. The ring was lined with thousands of nodules, each the color of old bone, each fringed with the same amber that marked the web. As the ROV approached, the nodules brightened in a spiraling sequence, a welcome or a warning, then dimmed again. The pilot eased closer. Something tugged the camera's cable with a measured, deliberate pull, not a snatch. The pilot cut thrust and paid out slack. The tug ceased. The ring pulsed once, and the ROV's feed filled with a ripple that looked like light bent through water, except the water was already there. The pilot backed away. The web parted, then stitched itself after him as if reweaving the canyon in his wake. Strangest are the reports of rearrangement. Crews who anchor at one set of ledges and descend return to find the threads do not cross where they did an hour before. Pathways open and close. A span that carried you out will not carry you back unless the nodes agree. On rare, uneasy nights, those amber beads kindle across half the chasm at once, and the tone in the hydrophone swells into a chord that seems to hang in the ribs. When it fades, the pattern of the web is different, tighter in some places, slack in others, as if the maw has finished a thought. No one has seen the creature entire. If there is a single body at all, what is certain is the feeling that you are being measured. The filaments test, lift, release. They learn your weight, your noise, your heat. They move to make your choices few. And down in the slow-breathing center of Vesper, a mouth you cannot see waits with a patience you cannot match, drawing its threads through dark water until the canyon sings again. Sora Shelf is a vast plateau of submerged rock, lying just beyond the continental slope, where deep water suddenly gives way to a flat expanse, scattered with coral towers and ridges. It is here that divers and deep trawlers speak of the lantern-back guardian, a creature whose presence is marked first by light, then by shadow. Those who have seen it from above describe the shelf glowing in irregular patches, as though dozens of soft lanterns had been hung just beneath the surface. The light shifts as you watch, pooling in one place, scattering in another, until it becomes clear the glow is not fixed to the terrain. It moves, carried on the back of something massive that glides between coral spires without disturbing a grain of silt. The lights themselves appear to sprout from long whip-like extensions along the creature's spine, each tipped with a luminescent organ that can dim or flare at will. When the guardian is calm, the lights drift in slow, gentle arcs. When disturbed, they snap into tight formation, casting sharp beams into the water ahead, as if searching for something. Beneath these shifting lights lies a broad, low body, armored in overlapping plates that curve upward toward the finned tail. Its head is flattened, with a jawline so wide it nearly matches its body's span. Fishermen tell of the guardian surfacing during storms, the glow from its back shimmering through rain and spray, marking its slow patrol across the shelf's edge. They claim it circles the same perimeter again and again, ignoring ships unless they lower lines into the depths. When that happens, the lights vanish. A moment later, the fishing lines come back slack, hooks neatly stripped or crushed into useless shapes. One submersible crew once followed the glow for over an hour, weaving between coral chimneys as the guardian moved steadily ahead. At times it seemed to pause, hovering near clusters of fish that gathered in the shelter of its lights. Then, in a sudden burst it would lunge forward, not to feed, but to drive off sleek, fast-moving predators that prowled the shelf's edge. The smaller fish would scatter, then regroup behind it, as if using its massive form as a mobile fortress. Theories about the Guardian's behavior range from territorial instinct to a symbiotic relationship with the shelf's marine life. Some biologists believe the creature's lights lure schools of fish away from predators, allowing them to feed safely within its patrol route. Others suspect the fish themselves are a lure, bait for something larger that stalks the shelf, with the Guardian acting not as protector, but as baitkeeper. An oil survey drone once captured the most detailed footage to date. In it, the Guardian is seen halting at the shelf's edge, lights dimmed. Its head lowers until it is nearly touching the rock. Then, one by one, the lanterns brighten in sequence, casting beams outward into the black drop-off. In the darkness beyond, something answers, an enormous pale shape that drifts just out of range, its form indistinct, its eyes reflecting the lantern light in slow blinks. The Guardian holds its position, lights unwavering, until the shape recedes. Only then does it resume its patrol, lights returning to their gentle sway. To those who work the waters of Sora Shelf, the lantern-back Guardian is not simply another sea creature. It is a sentinel, a keeper of a border no one can see but everyone respects. Whether it guards the shelf from intruders, or guards the depths from whatever waits beyond, no one knows. But when the night water blooms with pale moving light, crews give the shelf wide berth, trusting that the Guardian's silent watch continues in the dark below. Oran Trench is a narrow scar in the seafloor, cutting between two massive ridges of volcanic rock. The water above it carries a metallic taste, according to divers, and a faint shimmer sometimes ripples across its surface, even on calm days. From this trench comes the legend of the Glass Leviathan, a creature whose gaze is said to pierce through both darkness and distance with an unnatural clarity. Those who have glimpsed it speak first of the eyes. They are not the dim, deep-sea discs of most abyssal life, but orbs that glint like polished crystal, refracting light into sharp prismatic shards. At close range, each eye seems to contain shifting patterns, as if countless tiny fish swam within its depths. These eyes are set into a massive tapering head, the mouth lined not with jagged teeth, but with long translucent plates that flex like combs when the jaw opens. The Leviathan moves without stirring the water around it, gliding just above the trench's rim, before sliding silently down into its shadowed depths. Ships passing overhead sometimes report a brief flash beneath them, as if sunlight had struck glass far below. The flash is always followed by a subtle sense of unease among the crew, a feeling as though they were being measured from afar. A mining sub once captured partial footage of the creature. The camera shows the sub's light sweeping across a jagged cliff wall, then catching a massive curved surface. For a moment it seems part of the rock, until the glassy sheen shifts, and two eyes turn toward the lens. Light scatters across them, and the image fractures into countless refracted beams. The feed distorts, the colors twisting, and seconds later the sub's instruments begin reporting false depths and impossible coordinates. When they broke contact and returned to the surface, the data logs were corrupted, numbers and headings rewritten into unreadable spirals. Some researchers think the Leviathan's eyes act like living lenses, focusing and redirecting light in ways that confuse both prey and potential threats. A few go further, speculating the creature can manipulate not just light but perception, making itself seem farther or closer than it truly is. This might explain the long-standing tales of vessels steering suddenly off course after sighting the flash, their helmsman convinced the hazard was in another position entirely. Fishermen working near Oran Trench tell quieter stories of nights when the water glows faintly from below, as though lit by submerged lanterns. If you lean over the rail, they say you may see a pair of eyes looking back, the light from your own deck reflected 100-fold in their depths. The Leviathan does not rise. It only watches, holding position as though waiting for something that never comes. One trawler captain swears that during a dense fog, the eyes appeared alongside his vessel, so close he could see his own face mirrored in each one. For nearly a minute they paced him, perfectly level, without sound or wake. Then with a slow turn, they angled downward and vanished into the haze beneath the waves. Whether the Glass Leviathan is a predator, a sentinel, or something stranger still, no one who has met its gaze ever forgets the way the light bends, nor the sense that, in that moment, the sea itself had focused entirely on them. Marrow Gulf is a long crescent-shaped inlet, bordered by sheer limestone cliffs that plunge straight into deep water. The Gulf's name comes from the pale hue of its seabed, a colour that shows even through several meters of clear water on calm days. Sailors here, however, say the name fits for another reason: the presence of the bone-fin spectre. The creature is said to move like a shadow, its body so dark it seems to drink in light. Along its dorsal ridge, however, runs a line of rigid, pallid spines, bony projections that resemble the skeletal remains of some colossal fish. These spines extend far beyond the body's edge, flexing as the creature swims, and their pale colour gives the impression of a bleached skeleton gliding through the water. Locals claim the spectre appears most often at dusk, when the water reflects the cliffs in dark mirror images. It rises slowly from the depths, the bone-like fins breaking the surface in a jagged line, as if the tide itself had sprouted a spine. There is rarely more than a minute between its first sighting and its disappearance, but in that brief window, it circles in a wide arc, keeping just far enough away to blur in the low light. One diver, venturing into the Gulf to explore an old shipwreck, reported that the surrounding water dimmed unnaturally as he neared the wreck's hull. Turning, he saw the bone fins sliding through the water in complete silence, the spines swaying slightly with each motion. The body beneath them was indistinct, as though wrapped in haze, but the spines were sharp, defined, and unnervingly close. As he froze, the spectre passed within meters, its wake cold enough to send a shiver through his suit. Then it was gone, vanishing into the gloom without a sound. Fishermen tell of hooks returned with clean breaks, the metal bent outward as if pulled in opposite directions at once. Others claim that when the spectre passes beneath their hulls, the air on deck grows still, and conversations falter without anyone knowing why. It is not fear exactly, they say, it is an instinctive stillness, as if all living things hold their breath until it has moved on. The most unsettling tale comes from a research vessel anchored overnight in the Gulf. At midnight, the sonar began returning a perfect unbroken arc that moved steadily toward the ship. As it neared, the arc fractured into thin, sharp lines, the spines, before the signal abruptly cut out. The crew heard nothing, saw nothing, but in the morning found a long pale fragment of bone wedged into the ship's anchor chain. It was impossibly smooth, as if polished by centuries of current, and light enough to float for several seconds before sinking. Some believe the bone-fin spectre is a predator, its spines used to corral or disorient prey. Others think it is a scavenger, drawn to the remains of shipwrecks and the carcasses of large sea life. A smaller group holds that it is neither, that the bone fins are a warning, a display meant to keep intruders away from something deeper within the Gulf. Whatever its purpose, one fact holds in Marrow Gulf: when the pale spines rise from the deep, every vessel keeps its distance until the water lies still again. Ithran Basin is a drowned amphitheatre, cut into the seafloor, its rims scalloped like a broken crown. From above, the water looks unremarkable. Soft swells, a smear of pale turquoise, where the light catches. The rest a quiet, slate blue plain. But at slack water, when the tide hesitates between coming and going, something rises from the basin in orderly ranks. Divers call it the Hex Tide Colonnade. Hundreds of slender columns unfurling from the sand in perfect hexagonal arrays, each one sliding up from its own socket, with the poise of a mast lifting from a cradle. At first glance, the columns look mineral, dark, glossy, with faint faceting like volcanic glass. Closer, they betray a living patience. The surfaces flex a little under touch, springing back with a slow resilience that feels more tendon than stone. Each column is capped with a narrow ring that opens and closes in small reflexes, tasting the water. When the tide changes its mind and chooses a direction, the whole field leans a few degrees as one, then straightens to attention, an army of reeds responding to a command that has nothing to do with wind. The arrangement is immaculate, measured corner to corner. The hexagons remain constant across the entire visible field. Even where the slope steepens, each column finds the angle that preserves the pattern. In the gaps between them, Fish move as though traveling alleys in a city, turning precisely at each junction. When a shadow passes overhead, boat, dolphin, cloud, the colonnade dims, swallowing the contrast, until the seafloor becomes a single, even tone. A second later, the gloss returns in a soft collective shimmer, as if a vast breath had been held and then released. A survey sled once crawled the grid with low lights dimmed, to avoid startling the field. Through the murk, the cameras caught the columns articulating one by one, rings opening to reveal a delicate lace of cilia. The cilia made no visible stroke. Instead they trembled in tight synchronized waves, summoning a current so subtle that suspended silt drifted in gentle hexagonal eddies, turning the water into a living map of the colonnade's plan. A hand extended between two shafts met a cool resistance. The water thickened there, redirecting the push to keep the flow in its patterned lanes. The field does not tolerate metal. A dropped spanner rang once against a cap, and was gone, slipped downward as the nearest 6 columns folded, and presented the gap's throat. The tool was later found 100 meters away, cradled on a bed of soft black film at the basin's margin. The film tore like wet paper when touched, releasing a scent of iron and brine, and the columns nearest turned their rings toward the tier, with the wary poise of eyes. There is a noise to the colonnade, if you have patience. It is not a hum, not exactly. It is the faintest of ticks, tiny clicks traveling in spirals across the grid, passing from column to column. Hydrophones rendered the pattern as expanding rings, each circle encoded with slight differences in spacing, like a language spoken by distance alone. When the tide tips toward flood, the clicks accelerate and drift inward. Toward ebb, they drift outward, slow as a heartbeat falling towards sleep. Once a diver planted a buoy in the center of the array and floated up to watch from the edge. The tide paused, columns held at full height, ring caps barely open. Then the field shifted, not the columns themselves, but the pattern of motion around them, alley currents reversing, eddies rebraiding. The buoy bobbed in place for a strangely long minute, not drifting, not tugging its line. It stood above a stillness shaped by movement. When the tide chose and the clicks rolled on, the buoy slid along a corridor, as if on rails, guided without drag, until it drifted past the rim, and out to the open plain. What the colonnade feeds is an argument no one wins. You can watch plankton spiral into the grid, and vanish between the shafts, yes, but larger prey comes and goes unbothered. Crabs walk the alleys unmolested, then disappear below in neat, deliberate drops, as if answering a summons. One submersible, wrapped in polymer and quieted to a cough, lowered into a gap, and found a second field below the first columns shorter, caps wider, their rings dilated like the throats of flowers at night. The lower grid leaned opposite the upper, and between them, the water ran faster than the surrounding sea by a margin that felt designed. Sailors suggest the basin is a lung. Columns are the cilia of an organ that breathes tide, sifting and seasoning the water for something buried deeper and broader than the eye can measure. Engineers who have dangled instruments there talk instead about computation, flow controlled in hexagonal logic, pressure routed like signals, the grid a thinking surface that solves for change. Old hands say nothing at all. They anchor far from the lip and watch for the moment when the sea holds still and grows taller by the width of a knuckle. That is the colonnade rising. That is the basin remembering the shape the water ought to take. When the tide commits, the columns submerge in a grace that feels rehearsed. Rings close, facets dim, shafts slide down and vanish into their sockets, not a ripple left to show they were ever there. The basin resumes being a bowl of plain blue, innocent and dull to an untrained eye. But if you touch the surface and feel the tiniest click through the hull, 1, then 2, then 6, you will know the grid beneath you is awake, counting, and that once more the ocean is passing, column by column, through its quiet hexagonal hands. Varela Sound is a deep, narrow channel with walls of fractured basalt that rise straight from the sea. The water here runs dark even on clear days, and the tide moves with a pull so strong that moored vessels often groan against their ropes. It is in this sound that mariners speak of the chainmouth, a massive, eel-bodied predator whose jaws are bound by interlocking bony loops that resemble the links of an anchor chain. The loops are not fixed in place. When the chain mouth hunts, they roll and shift, pulling tight to form a biting ring of bone, then separating to reveal a muscular mouth lined with blunt grinding plates. Fishermen tell of hearing the sound of stone on stone when the creature feeds, as if two slabs of rock were being ground together somewhere below. A salvage diver working near the wreck of a trawler swears he saw the chainmouth surface in a slow, spiraling rise. Its skin was the color of wet slate, patterned with lighter rings that pulsed like the ripples from a dropped stone. As it drew closer, the loops of its jaw rotated, clinking softly. The diver froze, the sound oddly regular, like the ticking of a mechanical winch. Without warning, the loops locked, the mouth gaped, and the creature surged forward, engulfing a cloud of fish in a single snap, before coiling back down into the dark. Some believe the loops are not bone but hardened cartilage, capable of flexing to absorb shock when striking prey. Others suggest they are armor, evolved to protect the creature's vulnerable head during battles with other predators. On sonar, the chain mouth appears as a shifting spiral, its body coiling and uncoiling in long, deliberate motions. There is an old tale among tugboat crews of a stormy night, when a tow cable jammed in its winch. As the crew fought to free it, something massive surfaced alongside, pale rings gleaming just beneath the waves. The loops clinked audibly over the roar of wind, and then without warning, the jammed cable went slack, as though cleanly severed. The crew never recovered the length that vanished into the black water. To this day, ships entering Varela Sound at night will often cut their engines and drift for a time, listening for the faint, steady clink of the chainmouth's loops. If they hear it, they wait for the sound to fade before engaging power again, wary of whatever patience that sound implies. Horst Reef is a tangle of living towers, a maze of coral spires and narrow canyons, where currents change direction without warning. In the heart of this maze moves the red spiral, a serpent-shaped giant, whose entire body pulses with a deep, ember-like glow. The glow is never still. It travels in a slow, hypnotic spiral along its length, winding and unwinding in an unbroken dance. Long before the creature appears, divers speak of feeling its presence. The water takes on a dim crimson hue, as though the sun were bleeding through the waves from somewhere below. Then from between the reef's shadows, the spiral glides into view, an immense coil of living light, weaving with the precision of a thread through a needle's eye. The glow does not flash. It flows each turn of the spiral, drawing smaller fish into its path. The prey follow without struggle, as if the light itself bends their instincts. Behind them comes the red spiral's head, a narrow, eel-like snout, lined with backward-facing teeth, designed not for tearing, but for holding. Once caught, there is no thrashing, no chase. The prey are pulled in, unresisting, and vanish into the dark between coils. Some marine biologists, who've studied distant footage, suggest the light is a lure mimicking the movement of plankton blooms. Others believe it's a form of communication, a message written in light, for creatures too deep for sight to travel far. Fishermen, however, tell older stories, ones in which the spiral rises to the surface at night and loops itself around small islets. One crew swears they saw it encircle a ring of rocks no larger than their ship. The spiral tightened, the glow intensifying, until it became a solid circle of red burning in the Black Sea. When the glow dimmed, the rocks were gone, not toppled, not scattered, gone, as though the spiral had drawn them beneath the surface like beads on a string. Those who know the reef avoid its center. They say the red spiral is not merely a hunter, but a tide that chooses its own current. Follow the light too far, and you'll find yourself circling with it, until the reef, the sky, and even the sense of up and down fade to red, and the spiral decides which way you'll go. Delrun Deep is a place of pressure, shadow, and silence, a vertical world that begins as open blue and narrows into a throat of stone before swallowing all light. Few have seen its bottom, and fewer still have returned with anything but fractured descriptions of what they found drifting there. In this abyss moves the Harrow, a ray-shaped behemoth so vast that even the most advanced submersibles record only a portion of its span at once. Its wings are not the short, flapping appendages of its smaller relatives, but immense, tapering sails of muscle and cartilage that extend like curtains across the water. They do not beat, they undulate, sending slow ripples from base to tip, propelling the creature without stirring silt or disturbing the water in any obvious way. The effect is hypnotic. Watching the Harrow wing pass is like watching the tide shift from a distance, unaware that it is carrying you with it. The body is slate grey, matte and lightless, designed to absorb rather than reflect. Its underside bears deep parallel slits that open and close in slow sequence. These slits do not seem to draw in water for breathing alone. They emit a low-frequency vibration that is felt in the bones rather than heard. Divers have described this sensation in uneasy detail: an invisible hand pressing lightly on the ribs, an involuntary shallowness in the breath, the inexplicable certainty that they were being measured by something that did not need eyes. When the Harrow wing hunts, its wings fold inward like a collapsing bridge. The narrowing shape becomes a spear, plummeting through water faster than gravity should allow. Once it reaches striking distance, the wings flare again, not to strike prey directly, but to form an unbroken wall around it, trapping it in a moving cage. The victim, often a shoal of deep-water fish or squid, will spiral within the enclosed current until exhaustion takes it. Then, with a slow inward roll of the wings, the Harrow wing funnels the catch toward its mouth, which is small relative to its size but lined with fine gripping teeth. An account from a deep research submersible tells of an encounter lasting 47 minutes in which the Harrow wing appeared to shadow the craft deliberately. It circled at a distance of 50 meters, maintaining a constant position relative to the sub's lights. Occasionally it would tilt one wing upward, catching the illumination along its edge for just a moment before sinking it back into darkness. The pilot noted that during the entire encounter, the surrounding water felt denser, heavier, as though the creature were not moving through the ocean but carrying its own field of influence with it. Local legends speak of wing nights, rare events when the Harrow wing ascends to within sight of the surface. These nights are marked by an unnatural stillness in the waves. Swells flatten, winds die, and the sea takes on the appearance of polished obsidian. Then comes a faint hum, low and sustained, followed by the dark rise of two immense arcs beneath the moonlight. The arcs travel in silence for minutes at a time, before sinking again, leaving only ripples that vanish as quickly as they formed. Some oceanographers suggest that the Harrow wing may be older than the seafloor as we know it, an evolutionary holdover from a time before the continents found their current shape. Its design is perfect for conserving energy in the crushing depths, silent, slow, and patient beyond human measure. To those who have seen it, the creature is less a predator and more a presence, something that does not belong entirely to the living world, but also does not quite belong to the realm of myth. Divers who feel that deep vibration, that invisible press against the chest, know the rule: do not follow it. Let it pass, even if the hum seems to fade. Because in Del Run Deep, sound does not always come from where you think it does, and some things circle back when you least expect them. Fenn's Rift is not the deepest trench on any chart, nor the widest, but it is one of the strangest. It begins as a gentle slope in the seafloor, rolling with sand and coral debris, before suddenly opening into a jagged chasm. The walls are sheer basalt, black and sharp-edged, their surfaces pocked with smooth hollows that look carved rather than eroded. When a swell above pushes water into the rift, the hollows catch it and produce tones, deep, resonant notes that seem far too deliberate to be accidents of stone. Even without the life that dwells within, Fenn's Rift would already sound like a cathedral sunk beneath the waves. But what makes the rift infamous is not the music of the walls, it is the voices that rise to join them. Known among coastal communities as the Abyssal Choir, this phenomenon is less a single creature, and more a gathering of immense eel-like beings, whose bodies stretch longer than some trawlers. They move in schools, their numbers hidden by the dark, until the first note escapes them. When they sing, The water itself carries the sound as if the rift has become a hollow instrument. The song is layered, one deep tone as constant as a heartbeat, others weaving above it, in long, bending notes that slip in and out of harmony. Divers who have heard the choir from within the rift say the sound bypasses the ears entirely, vibrating instead in the ribs and spine. The sensation is disorienting. It makes you unsure where your body ends and the surrounding water begins, as though you're floating in a single shared pulse. Those who stay too long report losing their sense of direction entirely. They emerge far from where they entered, unsure of how they drifted there. Marine biologists have tried to record the choir's song for study, lowering hydrophones deep into the rift. The results were unsettling. On playback, the sound formed patterns that repeated with mathematical precision, intervals and ratios that mirrored those found in human music theory, though no one can say why or how a non-human species would form them. Stranger still, the final minutes of one recording captured a sudden drop in pitch, followed by a soft static, and then silence. When the hydrophone was retrieved, it was coated in a translucent, iridescent film. Under a microscope, the film's surface moved in tiny ripples, each ripple matching the rhythm of the choir's last note on the tape. Fishermen have their own interpretation. They say that if you hear the choir clearly, clear enough to hum along, you've already been chosen. You might leave the rift that day, but eventually, the song will come back for you. They claim it can follow a person ashore, hidden in the rhythm of wind through trees, or the hiss of waves against a breakwater. It starts faint, just enough to make you wonder if you imagined it. Over time, it grows until you hear it in every quiet moment, and when you finally go back to the sea, the choir will be waiting. There is a cautionary tale told in the harbour of Lunswick about a salvage diver who went down to the rift after hearing of a wreck lying on its edge. He was known for his recklessness, for pushing bottom times beyond safety, for boasting that nothing in the sea could frighten him. On his last descent, his dive partner heard the choir begin, felt the vibration in the air hose, and motioned to abort. The diver ignored it, disappearing into the shadows below. The song deepened, the harmonies tightening, until they almost became a single note. Minutes passed, then as suddenly as it had begun, the sound stopped. The diver never surfaced. His gear was found a week later, washed up on a sandbar miles away, the metal buckles etched with grooves in a pattern no one recognized. Even now, on still nights when the swell moves just right, the people of Lunswick claim you can hear the choir rising faintly from the direction of Fenn's Rift. The tones are soft, the intervals gentle, but if you listen too closely, you may feel it. The subtle shift in your heartbeat, sinking to a rhythm older than the rift itself. That's when they say you should stop listening, because in the choir's song, once your note has been added, it's never truly gone. Coral Sound lies between two jagged peninsulas, its water darkened by the constant churn of silt and kelp. Beneath that restless surface moves a creature the local fishing clans call the Glassback Leviathan. Its name comes from the smooth, transparent ridge running the length of its back, a surface that catches and refracts light in shifting colors, like sunlight, through deep ice. The first signs of the Leviathan's approach are not visual, but tactile. Boats anchored in the sound begin to sway in a way that does not match the wind or tide. The motion is rhythmic, as though an unseen swell is passing beneath them over and over. Soon after, the water changes color, deep green fading toward a strange clarity directly above the creature's path. Through that clear lane, the glassy ridge appears, glowing faintly from within, as if lit by trapped sunlight. Its body is long and muscular, with scales so fine they resemble a smooth skin. The ridge is not merely decorative, it is a plate of hardened translucent tissue that acts like both armor and camouflage. From above, it mirrors the shifting colors of the surface. From below it scatters the faint light filtering down, making the creature nearly invisible. Those who have seen it up close say the Leviathan moves with unnerving precision. It never seems to thrash or lunge. Instead, it glides in slow arcs, circling schools of fish or larger prey, until they are hemmed in by its own body and the shallow banks of the sound. When it strikes, the motion is almost lazy, a quick sideward turn of the head, jaws snapping shut on prey before it even has time to react. The sound of that bite has been described as a muffled crack, like ice fracturing beneath snow. Divers tell of stranger encounters. One group, exploring an old wreck near the southern reef, reported seeing the Leviathan rise from the sand with no visible effort, as though it had simply decided to become visible. Its ridge shimmered with pale blues and greens, colors bending as if inside moving glass. As it passed over the wreck, light poured through the ridge and refracted across the seabed, breaking into hundreds of wavering lines. The divers said it felt as though they were standing at the bottom of a vast cathedral, its stained glass roof alive and breathing above them. Legends around Coral Sound claim the Leviathan uses its ridge to confuse those who gaze too long upon it. The shifting light patterns are said to mesmerize fish, lulling them into stillness, but some fishermen insist it can affect people too. They speak of being unable to look away, of leaning over the gunwale without realizing it, hands loosening on ropes, eyes fixed on the hypnotic glow until a crewmate pulled them back. One story, passed down among the oldest captains, tells of a cargo vessel that drifted off course into the Leviathan's territory. The lookout spotted the ridge alongside them at dawn, refracting the rising sun into dazzling beams. The crew, instead of sounding an alarm, gathered quietly at the rail to watch. Hours later, another ship found the vessel adrift, sails slack, every man standing at his post but staring into the water. Not one responded when hailed. Only after being towed to port did they move again, as if waking from a long sleep. None could recall what they had seen, only that the colors had been beautiful, and that they had felt no fear, only peace. Marine researchers speculate that the Leviathan's ridge might act as a focusing lens for bioluminescent bacteria or internal chemical reactions, though no specimen has ever been recovered. Skeptics argue it is nothing more than an unusually large eel or fish whose scales have adapted for camouflage. Yet even the skeptics avoid Coral Sound at night, when the water is black and still, and the only sign of life is a faint shimmer sliding just below the surface, bending the moonlight into shapes that seem too deliberate to be accidents. In the minds of the fishing clans, the Glassback Leviathan is not merely a predator. It is a reminder that beauty and danger often swim side by side, and that sometimes, the most dangerous thing in the sea is not what it does to your body, but what it can do to your mind. Marrow Trench lies far from any regular shipping lanes, a deep scar in the seafloor, bordered by sheer cliffs of dark limestone. The water there is colder than it should be for its depth, and currents run in conflicting directions, curling in slow spirals, as though the sea itself is trying to draw something back down. It is here that the Duskfang is said to dwell, a predator that moves between shadow and light, with the ease of a creature that understands both. The Duskfang earns its name from its teeth, which are visible even when its mouth is closed. Each fang is long, translucent, and tipped with a faint glow, a soft gold in daylight, that deepens to amber as night approaches. From a distance, these teeth could be mistaken for the flicker of lanternfish or other deep-sea bioluminescence. Up close, however, the effect is far more unsettling, an endless row of shining points in a jaw that can open wider than its body seems to allow. Those who claim to have seen the Duskfang describe a long-bodied creature, part eel, part shark, with a dorsal ridge that runs in jagged peaks like the spine of a saw. Its skin is a mottled grey-black, streaked with paler scars that seem to catch light, even in the gloom. When it swims, it does not simply pass through the water. The surrounding currents shift, as if drawn along in its wake, pulling smaller creatures toward it. The hunting behavior of the Duskfang is what sets it apart from other deep predators. Rather than ambushing from below, it uses the trench's unique currents to corral prey. It will position itself above a school of fish or a lone wandering squid, then slowly descend, letting the swirling water push its quarry toward the dark cliffs. There, escape becomes impossible. The Duskfang hovers just out of reach until the prey tires, then rushes in with a burst of speed that leaves a visible spiral in the water behind it. A particularly chilling account comes from a survey team using a tethered camera to explore the trench walls. The footage begins innocuously, grainy images of jagged rock, drifting silt, and the occasional flash of movement. Then the water grows noticeably darker, not from depth, but from the shadow of something passing above. A pale glint appears in the frame, one, then several points of light, moving in unison. The camera pans upward to reveal a jaw full of glowing teeth, perfectly still in the water. The creature does not strike immediately, instead it tilts its head, letting the lights drift closer to the lens. Then without warning, the image becomes a blur of darkness and silt before the feed cuts entirely. The camera was later recovered with deep grooves etched into its casing, each groove matching the curve of one of those fangs. Local sailors believe the dusk fang can sense weakness, not just in the fish it hunts, but in people. They tell of injured crew members who, while recovering on deck, would swear they saw faint golden lights circling the ship at dusk, only to have those lights vanish the moment they tried to call them out. Some say it will follow a vessel for days, waiting for a lone swimmer or an unfortunate fall overboard. Legends add another layer. In old fishing villages, mothers tell children to stay indoors after sunset if they have cuts or bruises, warning that the dusk fang is drawn to the scent of hurt. The tale says it can slip into harbors, its body hidden beneath the piers while its teeth glow just enough to be mistaken for dock lanterns. A child who follows that glow too far along the planks may not return. Biologists who have studied the trench suspect the glowing fangs serve a dual purpose, both to lure curious prey and to communicate with others of its kind in the darkness. If true, this would suggest there is more than one dusk fang, and that the sightings over the years could be the work of an entire unseen population. Whether lone predator or part of something larger, the dusk fang remains a name spoken in quiet tones among those who work the deep. Its lure is not the brilliance of its light, but the way it waits, patient and certain, knowing that eventually, everything must swim through the dusk. Veilwater Gulf is a place of heavy mists and tides that shift without warning. The surface appears calm, almost glassy, but beneath it lies a maze of channels and submerged ridges that confuse even the most experienced navigators. For generations, sailors have spoken of a figure that moves through those hidden waterways, a vast skeletal shape they call the hollow-eyed mariner. Its form is unlike most sea creatures. The body is long and narrow, ribbed with high arching spines that rise from its back, like the ribs of an overturned shipwreck. These spines are connected by thin, translucent membranes, giving the impression of tattered sails when it glides beneath the surface. Its head is small in proportion to its body, tapering into a pointed snout. But what draws the eye, what keeps it in memory, are the deep, empty sockets where its eyes should be. These hollows are not entirely black. Faint, shifting reflections glimmer within them, like moonlight caught in a well. Witnesses describe the mariner's movements as deliberate, almost purposeful. It does not dart or chase, but follows a slow, unwavering course, weaving between sandbanks and reefs, as though retracing a route it has traveled countless times before. Sometimes, ships anchored in the Gulf will find it circling them silently, its skeletal frame passing just below the hull, the membranes of its spines rippling like fabric in a wind that cannot be felt. Fishermen say the hollow-eyed mariner appears most often in the fog, when sound is muffled and distances become uncertain. From above, its spines can resemble the broken masts of a wreck, luring smaller boats closer out of curiosity. When the mist parts, they realize too late that the wreck is moving and that it has drawn near without a sound. A research vessel once captured partial sonar readings of the mariner, but the data was inconsistent. The creature's body seemed to blur on the display, as if its outline refused to remain fixed. Technicians suggested it might be due to the thin membranes disrupting the sonar pulse, but others believed the mariner was actively evading detection. The recording ended abruptly when a sudden sharp impact struck the hull, rocking the vessel. Divers sent down afterward found no damage to the metal, but several of them refused to return to the water, claiming they felt watched from inside. There are darker accounts. One tells of a schooner that vanished in the Gulf, leaving only fragments of its deck washing ashore days later. The surviving lifeboat, found adrift, carried 3 sailors in shock. They spoke little, only repeating that they had followed the wrong lights. When pressed, one explained that the lights had been moving in a pattern, 2 bright glimmers that alternated fading and returning in rhythm. It wasn't until they saw the spines arching up out of the water, membranes glowing faintly with reflected moonlight, that they realized the lights were the reflections in the mariner's hollow eyes. Legends suggest the hollow-eyed mariner is drawn to those who have lost their way at sea, whether physically or in spirit. Old stories say it was once a human captain who betrayed his crew, leaving them to drown in the Gulf's treacherous currents. For this crime, the sea stripped him of his flesh, and granted him an eternal vessel of bone and sail, forcing him to wander the waters he once claimed to own. The empty sockets, they say, are windows to the memories of those he has taken, each faint glimmer a trapped moment from another life. Marine theorists, of course, dismiss the curse, and instead speculate it could be a highly adapted predator, using its spines and membranes to mimic derelict ships and lure scavengers. Yet even the skeptics admit that something about its behavior feels unnatural. It moves with the confidence of a being that knows exactly where it's going, and why, as if guided by a map no living hand has drawn. And in Veilwater Gulf, when the fog closes in and the horizon disappears, sailors keep a close watch on the water's surface, because sometimes the first sign of the hollow-eyed mariner is not what you see, but what you no longer hear, the quiet swallowing of every sound, until you realize you're adrift in a silence that isn't your own. The Gloomhaven Shoals are not a place for careless navigation. The waters here are shallow in some stretches, but in others they drop abruptly into dark basins, where the current swirls unpredictably. The seabed is a patchwork of jagged rock and fine, shifting silt that can blind divers in seconds. It is among these treacherous landscapes that mariners whisper of the sable-fin revenant, a predator whose body is as black as the trench it emerges from. The sable-fin is said to be longer than a city bus, with a narrow torpedo-shaped body built for sudden bursts of speed. Its namesake fins are vast, trailing like the cloak of a hunting bird. These fins are not solid, they are made of layered filaments so fine they seem to dissolve into the water, giving the illusion of smoke drifting from the creature's sides. When it moves, the fins flare outward, creating a shadowy outline far larger than the body itself, an intimidation display, or perhaps a lure for creatures that mistake it for a school of smaller fish. Its most striking feature, however, is the row of pale markings running along its flanks. In daylight, these appear as faint scars, but at night they ignite with a cold silver glow. Observers say the markings flicker in sequences, almost like signals, though no one agrees on whether this is intentional communication or simply a byproduct of the creature's metabolism. The sable-fin revenant hunts differently from most large predators. It does not rely solely on speed or brute force. Instead, it stalks its prey slowly, keeping to the darker contours of the shoals. Once within range, it uses its massive fins to create pressure waves, herding fish or squid into a confined space before striking from below. The strike is so fast that many witnesses claim they never see the mouth, only a sudden distortion in the water, followed by the flash of those silver markings. One chilling account comes from a trawler crew who were forced to anchor after a mechanical failure. At sunset, they saw the water around them begin to darken, not from clouds but from a shadow rising beneath them. The shadow resolved into a wide undulating shape, two immense fins trailing like ink behind it. The crew claimed the creature circled them for hours, occasionally brushing the hull with enough force to rattle bolts loose. When a deckhand leaned over to peer into the water, he recoiled violently, insisting that the silver markings had pulsed in a rhythm matching his own heartbeat. Divers who have encountered the revenant tell of an oppressive sensation in its presence, as though the surrounding water grows heavier. Some report hearing low-frequency vibrations, a hum that resonates in the chest, though their recording equipment captured nothing. One team described it as standing inside the sound of a drum you cannot hear. Legends in Gloomhaven paint the sable-fin as a spirit of vengeance. According to local lore, it appears only to those who have taken more from the sea than they are owed. Fishermen who discard unwanted catches, captains who strip the shoals bare. The revenant's silver glow, they say, is the last light seen by those it chooses, a cold lantern drawing them into the deep. Scientists who have reviewed the scattered reports speculate that the sable-fin could be an undiscovered species of deep-water ray or shark, using its unusual fin structure to manipulate currents and disorient prey. But skeptics face a problem: no body, no specimen, not even a fragment of bone or skin has ever been found. And yet, the sightings continue, always in the same region, always under similar conditions, and always ending the same way, with the creature vanishing into the black folds of the shoals as silently as it arrived. For the people who work these waters, the sable-fin revenant is more than just another story. It is a reminder that some parts of the sea are not meant to be stripped or measured, that the ocean has ways of enforcing its own balance. And in the quiet moments before dawn, when the shoals lie still, and the tide whispers against the rocks, a faint silver flicker beneath the surface is enough to send even the most seasoned sailor pulling up anchor and heading for open water. Black Tide Estuary is a place of shifting borders, sometimes river, sometimes sea, depending on the season and the moon's pull. The water there is heavy with silt, dark enough to hide entire wrecks only meters below the surface. Thick beds of eelgrass sway with the tides, masking sudden drop-offs and pockets of soft mud that can swallow a person whole. It is in this shadowed, unstable world that tales of the mirror lurker take root. Those who have seen it and returned speak of a creature whose shape seems to blur between forms. At times it resembles a massive crustacean, its body plated in armor-like ridges, streaked with algae and barnacles. At other moments, it moves like a fish, its segmented tail sweeping side to side in slow, deliberate arcs. This duality makes it difficult to predict. Its movements are never quite what one expects from either a swimmer or a crawler. The mirror lurker's most disturbing feature is its head, or rather, the absence of a distinct one. Instead, its forward section flares into a broad shovel-like shield, studded with small, unblinking eyes that glint when struck by light. Beneath this shield lies a mouth unlike that of any known predator, a circular maw lined with rows of short, grinding teeth. These are not made for slicing, but for crushing, capable of breaking shells, bones, and perhaps even the hulls of small boats. Hunters in the estuary say the mirror lurker prefers to bury itself in the mud, leaving only its shield exposed, camouflaged among the rocks and roots. It waits patiently for prey to pass overhead, then launches upward in a burst of power, the sudden spray of mud and silt masking the moment of attack. Victims rarely see it coming. The first sign is often the sudden pull downward, followed by the sickening realization that the water below is alive. One of the most famous accounts comes from a group of crab fishermen working the outer banks of the estuary. As they hauled in their traps, one man leaned over to untangle a rope snagged on something below. Witnesses say the water bulged upward beneath him, and in the same instant, a wide, flat shape surged to the surface. The man was yanked off balance, disappearing into the brown churn. The crew managed to haul him back aboard, but his leg bore deep, circular bruises, and his boots had been crushed inward, as though by a hydraulic press. Divers who have ventured into the estuary for research describe a sense of claustrophobia, unlike anywhere else. Visibility can drop to less than an arm's length, and the silence is broken only by the muffled snap of eelgrass stems. More than one diver has reported feeling a heavy impact against their fins or tanks, followed by a dragging sensation toward the silt bed. Few linger long enough to see what caused it, and fewer still return with any interest in doing so again. Local law casts the mirror lurker as a guardian of the estuary, punishing those who take too much from its waters. Some say it is as old as the river itself, growing larger over centuries as it feeds on those who stray too deep. Others claim it is not one creature but many, offspring that inherit both the territory and the hunger of their parent. This would explain why sightings are scattered throughout the estuary's labyrinth of channels, each encounter seeming to happen miles from the last. Scientists who've reviewed the reports struggle to classify the mirror lurker. Its blend of traits, crustacean armor, fish-like propulsion, and the crushing mouth, does not match any known species. A few theorize it may be a surviving offshoot of a prehistoric line, perfectly adapted to the estuary's murky, oxygen-poor waters. But without evidence, it remains another shadow in the archives of unexplained marine life. To those who live near Black Tide, the mirror lurker is less a question of if, and more a question of when. The estuary changes constantly, channels forming and vanishing with the tides, but the creature's presence feels fixed, as much a part of the place as the tide itself. And when the water turns thick and still, when even the gulls fall silent, those who know the stories keep their boats close to shore, watching the surface for the slightest ripple, because in black tide estuary, even the mud can move. From the frozen trenches where shadows glide unseen, to the silt-choked estuaries, where the mud itself seems to breathe, the ocean holds more than we can name. Across these waters, explorers have returned with stories of creatures that should not exist, predators with glowing teeth, eyeless hunters that sail on bone, and shapes so vast the sea bends around them. Skeptics will say these are tricks of light, misread currents, or the fevered inventions of tired minds. Yet the accounts persist, overlapping in detail from people who have never met. Some speak with fear, others with awe, but all agree on one thing: the sea does not give up all its truths. Perhaps the greatest mystery is not whether these beings exist, but how many still move through the depths, unrecorded, unmeasured, and whether even now something vast and patient is watching from just beyond the last light.